To się wszystko zgadza. Lecimy. Z grom. Aha, nie z grom. Jestem głupi. Jestem głupi. Teraz możemy odpalić gierę. Gdzie my to mamy naszego czata? I mnie. Tutaj. Jesteśmy. Dobra, let's go. Mamy 18 poziom. No, ciekawe, na którym dzisiaj skończymy. Dobra, gdzie my jesteśmy? Już wiem. Mieliśmy pogadać z nią. Dobra, bo skończyło się na tym, że znaleźliśmy tam coś i mieliśmy pogadać z tą naszą panią. Przewodnik. Łapie, tak. Było coś takiego. Tylko co my tu możemy zrobić? Czy możemy coś? Nie bardzo. Kurwa, no bo powiem szczerze, że trochę kijowo. Możemy chociaż jakiś, nie wiem, ulepszyć skafander? Ej, możemy. Patrzcie. Czy... no i zajebiście. Ulepszyliśmy sobie skaner ręczny chociaż. Ty, a co tam jest? To jest kolejny jakby punkt podniesienia na przykład. Dobra, łapcie. Wiem już, o co chodzi w tej grze. No nic. Ile mamy w ogóle? Prawie 18,5 levela. Dobra.
He destroyed this place, killed these people to keep what he knew about the Lazarus plant and the terramorphs and all this a secret, didn't he?
Dobra.
Heard that recording. He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon and hid it away. He killed those people, condemned this city to keep them from sharing what they might have seen. He was exactly what we all thought he was. But I guess that's just another part of his sick legacy now. He thought he was protecting us all, taking the secret to his grave.
To pewnie chciał się słyszeć kogoś.
Now someone else knows about the Lazarus plant and is using it exactly how he feared. Now's not the time to joke like that, all right? insane. He died. They executed him. They faked his death? My entire unit, they threw us all to the wolves, but kept him? And now he's what, an advisor? Commanding the fleet in secret? What was so important that they had to keep him alive? Well, they certainly picked an expert, didn't they?
Victus, the war criminal, is still alive. The UC had to be in on it. There's no other possibility, is there? What a damn nightmare.
I guess it makes sense, though, doesn't it? The UC of that era only created me because they were afraid of a world without Victus in command. Why would they get rid of him? As long as I live, I'll never understand the loyalty that old bastard elicited. But wait, if my father's alive and knew about the Lazarus plant, what do you think the chances are he was involved in the attacks? And even if he wasn't directly involved, I guarantee he knows something.
Yeah, well, here's my surprise face.
But I guess we're not getting any more answers right now. Come on, let's go get that last sample.
Okej. Gdzie tu mamy iść, kurwa mać teraz? Tu jakoś, bo innej drogi nie widzę.
Guys, your sample, it moved. I'd be real careful out there if I were you.
Dobra. My mamy za... w ogóle... Ach, nie kur...
That doesn't sound good. Eyes peeled.
Łód i śnieg, okej. Znajdź ostatnią próbkę. To lecimy. Kurde, czemu się przesuwasz? Który jak to jeździ głupiodyn. Nie wkurza takie coś. O, siema.
Sample? Well, science calls, I guess. Get your baggie ready.
What is that?
That thing is putting out some kind of signal. Radar's lighting up.
Whoa, whoa,
I think
whoa.
you're due for some cover.
Spadaj ode mnie, stary. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Things putting out to call in those creatures. I think I can nullify it, but I'm gonna need some help. There should be some radar equipment powered up now around the port. Get those online, and I'll relay my signal through there.
sample with Kaiser and we're done.
Kurwa, cała amunicja prawie na nich poszła wszystko.
Final sample secure.
All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
Dobra, no i co dalej? Wróć do bazy, okej. Może tak zrobimy, jakoś przeskoczymy. Musimy wyjść. Kurde. Udało się. Cześć, leśny dziad. No siema. Dzisiaj Starfield dla odmiany. Wiesz, na przemian robimy. Na przemian robimy jak coś, więc no.
About that myself, though I know I wasn't nearly as much at risk of limb loss as you all were. Now, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there, but do I have it right that Victus knew about this damn plant?
That's what it sounded like.
Guess the old Admiral must have told someone what he learned. Even he's not clever enough to pull off an attack like that from the great beyond.
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Widzę właśnie. Chociaż streama nie będzie wywalało. No, jutro pomyślimy, bo... Kurwa, potem jeszcze wychodzi. Muszę zobaczyć, kiedy wychodzi Motorsport. Żeby, bo to się nałoży wszystko na siebie. Ja nie wiem, czy ja zdążę ze wszystkim, ale to zobaczę.
I'm sorry, what? He's pulling my leg, right? Adrian?
No, I don't believe he is.
No, zobaczymy.
That means we have a suspect.
I believe that's exactly what that means.
Znaczy powiem ci, próbowałem dzisiaj wejść tam na Motorfesta i wyskoczyło. Po pierwsze był jakiś update
cleaning up the
szybki,
leaches
ale
and
może to
terrible.
dlatego, że mam szybki internet.
McVeigh Victus
A
is
po
the
drugie,
only sign we've got
próbowałem
of
tam
attack.
wejść po tym update'cie, żeby sprawdzić co zrobili. Wyskoczył komunikat, że jest przerwa techniczna i serwery są niedostępne. Więc w sumie nie wiem, może coś się tam robią, no nie wiem, zobaczymy. Tak ci powiem.
Captain, I truly don't. He's
Oh.
already shown he's taken an interest in you. I'll be a lot more useful in the lab right now than I would be.
O, Paula, o siema.
So do you think you could
Kurde, Paula to ani siema, ani nic, tylko mam skierowanie na to. Kurde no. A gdzie ty to była właściwie? Gdzie ty to ostatnio latasz, dziewczyno? Że cię nie mam, bo takie kurde, patrzę, że...
Plenty of people out there with grudges against the UC.
To może
But he's the only
wina
one
gry
who had
jest.
any knowledge of the Lazarus plant.
Nie wiem, winiaczowi wczoraj też 2 razy blueskina wydupcyłem na streamie, bo on pokazywałem nawet Patrosowi to, że spamował, że bluescreen na streamie. Albo więcej syfu jest związanego z tą grą. No.
Whatever you can turn up is more than we have now. We'll all meet back at mast, outside the cabinet chambers.
No.
They're gonna
Przepraszam,
want to know
ale jestem
everything we've uncovered
trochę
here.
przejęta.
Best of luck.
A co ci się
Captain.
dzieje, dziewczyno? O co chodzi w ogóle? Ostatnio nie w temacie, bo mało gadasz, nic nie gadasz, nie jeździsz z nami, nic nie wiemy co się dzieje tak w sumie. Tak za bardzo nie wiadomo co się dzieje. To jest chyba ostatnie zadanie z tej serii. Ja. Czekajcie, teraz tak. Nie wiem, czy to na tej cholernej planecie? Chyba niekoniecznie. Chyba spadamy z tej planety. Albo nie? I nie wiem. Tak. Spadamy do innych układów, znaczy konkretnie do tego naszego. Konkretnie w to miejsce. Dobra.
When a settlement looks so peaceful and secure, it starts to become a target. That's
Kurwa,
why
co
New
to?
Atlantis and even Sidonia have as much security as they do.
Zajebiste to. Ja, super, tylko gdzie ja go mam teraz? To jest gdzieś tam, ale tam się nie dostanę tak łatwo. Chociaż może tak. Powinienem tędy iść. Tyk.
You will be scanned as you enter the city. Please keep moving. Okay, no bounce.
Ładny dzień jest na tej planecie. Chyba zwaliłem trochę. Byłam u lekarza, powiedział, mam lekarstwo, wszystko, no i lekarka w szoku, że mam za wysokie tętno i skierowała mnie na patyce i do kardiologa. A, czyli dlatego cię nie było ostatnimi czasy, co? Ostatnio cię nie ma i nie ma i nie ma. A. Dawid sam z Patrosem gra teraz ostatnio. Znaczy teraz go nie będzie Dawida, bo on ma na popołudniówki, więc ja mogę dzisiaj siedzieć do oporu. Wrócę do rozmowy, jak się wszystko poprawi. No dobra. No to Paula, liczymy, że wrócisz do nas w końcu, nie? Tak kurwa, ostatnio coś średnio. Dobra, czekajcie, gdzie my mamy iść? A, to jest ta cholerna pewnica. Psst. A ja myślałem, że Paula z wami była. A gdzie tam? Paula z nami. Nie, dawno jej już nie było.
Well, what a pleasant surprise. When I heard you and Hadrian were headed for Londinian of all places, I presumed you must be onto something big. Did you find what you were looking for? I haven't been to Londinian in many years. Why? Is there some way I could be of assistance? Were you able to recover what you were looking for?
Miki ją porwały. Ja, kosmici.
Now, what in the heavens would make you claim something as ludicrous as that? Did you? Well, I don't know what you think you heard on this recording, but I sincerely
Wrócę,
hope you
umrzeć, nie
come to
umrę.
conclusions.
Za młoda jestem.
Given the
Pomimo,
countless
że
state of anxiety,
bierze na stałe tyle tabletek.
such a discovery to mean
Brać kolejne na stałe, ale
perhaps I can
pal
convince you to
licho.
keep this among
Pal
us.
tam licho. Ja też biorę na stałe. Kurwa, co, tylko ja nic nie biorę, ja? Kurwa, tylko
You have
usporniające
my
na zimę.
undivided attention.
Kurwa, nie mogę.
Of course. Do I look like I'm in any position to do what you're describing? So I'd very much appreciate your agreement to not share what you found. We wouldn't want anyone else jumping to conclusions now, would we? You want to hear the words, then? I did it. The terramorph attacks on Tau City, New Atlantis, my doing. Years of coordination.
O, mam cię.
Figuring out how to deploy the Lazarus plant's pollen outside of Londinian. Learning to synthesize it. Use it as a weapon. Now, being as clever as you are, I'm sure you have thoughts on why I might do such a thing. All in due time. First, I want to see if you're truly as astute as you appear. So why would someone like me go through all this trouble?
To nie. To raczej średnio. Ja bym to dał.
Not a bad thought. But no. The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant,
Dobra.
I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war. And I can
risk information that dangerous falling into the wrong hands. So I ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport, fixing two problems at once. Halting the spread of the city's terramorph outbreak, and sealing away knowledge of the plant's potential. It's easy to judge now, but the Freestar Collective had spies everywhere. In that moment, I wasn't about to add another dangerous variable to an already catastrophic war. But then, as the war ended, my trial, my execution, I made a decision. After all, I'd given everything for the colonies.
Bardziej, że tak jest, ale nie chciałam nikogo martwić. Ej, z tym tekstem nie chciałem nikogo martwić, to nie rób jak kurde ta. A Julka też nie chce nigdy nikogo martwić, cholera. Się gada, a nie cicho siedzi.
Research team, and cement my new position of influence when I hand them the name of the person responsible for the attack on New Atlantis. The dear departed Dr. Reginald Orlays, the associate who aided me all these years, and whom I always slated to take the fall. What luck he was stopped dead before he could hurt anyone else. His decades on the run.
Pantera nigdy nikogo nie chce martwić, a potem syf z tego wychodzi. No właśnie to miałem na myśli, a ty to wziąłeś i kurde. No. Właśnie to miałem na myśli, właśnie o to mi chodziło.
Why would I want to be in the good graces of the people who control my very life? I don't know, Captain. Maybe I still dream of a life outside these walls someday. A new face would be needed, of course, but it wasn't an impossibility. Though now, I'm not so sure. It wasn't easy. But the beauty of being loathed is that people will do whatever they can not to deal with you. They wanted to pretend I didn't exist. And so I used their blind eye.
Trzeba o tym głośno gadać, może w końcu się ty zobaczy, że to bez sensu. Ale kto? Że aha, że Pantera, dobra.
Dropped off at just the right moments to fall into the proper hands. All without the UC realizing whom you're actually dealing with. Slow work. But as you can see, ultimately effective. Can't remember the many lives you've taken. Orlays was the man whose death you brought about around the moon of Etheria. The pilot of the Warlock. The man I had to eliminate. To hide my secret. Captain, please. You've benefited here as much as I have. Maybe more. It's why I had Orlays reprogram Kaiser. Had that old machine guide you to where I found the plant all those years ago. I went to great lengths to ensure your and Hadrian's success. And look at the results. something befitting the dedication to the colonies you two have shown. While, of course, they can't give you a command, responsibility like that has to be earned. The cabinet does have access to considerable resources. I expect you'll be quite pleased with the result, and none of it would have happened without my intervention.
Kurde.
I'm simply looking for you to acknowledge the truth. And let's not forget the importance of our actual endgame. Eliminating the terramorphs. Securing knowledge of the Lazarus plant. What we've set in motion is going to protect thousands, maybe millions of lives. I'm simply requesting one more life be protected. Mine. I've already sent along the evidence of Orleza's role in the attacks to the cabinet, leaving out my own involvement. All I ask is that you confirm as much to the cabinet. Tell them that it was Orlez and Orlez alone. After all, I do still have a long list of threats to the UC. This needn't be the end of our good works together.
Kurde.
Hunting down criminals and other threats to the United Colonies. I expect they'll give me a bit more free range once this is all over. You would help me, like you did with Orlez. Track them down and keep them from doing harm to the United Colonies. Impossible, though, if the cabinet learns I'm the one responsible for the attacks. And how many have you killed to get where you are now? There are no great works that don't cost lives, Captain. Whether it's winning a war,
Nie wiem, czy to kurwa się naprawi, czy nie, ale...
So we sacrificed a few dozen in the attacks to possibly protect millions. That seems like a fair exchange to me. I only hope you'll see the same and leave my name out of the discussions to come. Well, I do hope you'll keep the larger perspective in mind, Captain. We've done something great here. Let's not squander the opportunity to do more.
Dobra. Dobra, lecimy. Idzie nie tu. Kurwa, gdzie się to wychodzi? Tu się wychodzi chyba.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Pip, pip.
I have something for you.
Strzywaj się. Spoko.
Perfect timing. We just got in. So on our end, good news. The microbe and the acyles are both as effective against heat leeches as they are against terramorphs.
Means either plan should work for clearing those critters off our worlds.
Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough. I already sent along info to the cabinet to get them up to speed. So what about your end? Did you find anything? Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus plant? I knew it. The second I heard that recording, I knew. Why? Did he say why he did it? It takes some deeply twisted logic to think anything did more harm to the Sanan name than him.
He wanted his family's name to be respected again, so he decided to double down on being a monster. What a brilliant strategy.
Well, once we inform the cabinet, they can ensure he won't be able to do anything like this ever again. My hope would be that whatever connections he's got to the outside world disappear. Make sure his future schemes and machinations stay in his cell with him. But honestly, I'm not sure. He's in a unique position and has done a special kind of harm to the colonies. I'm sure he did, but he killed dozens of people, and I'm not about to let him get away with something like that. So I guess that gives us our final answer. Nothing left to do but head in and see what the cabinet thinks of it all. Unless there was more to discuss. This might be our last opportunity to talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision regarding the Terramorphs. It's hard to know. Unlike my father, the cabinet aren't butchers. But killing UC citizens, along with everything else he's done, is unforgivable. But if you're really that concerned, you could request they be lenient. They might be willing to spare him. Asylees aren't hostile to humans, but they are megafauna. If someone decides to pick a fight with one, it could get ugly. But they've already been spread far and wide once before when the UC was raising them as livestock, so the risk of introducing them to new worlds is minimal. Using them to clean up the Terramorphs and leeches, though, it's not going to be nearly as expedient as the microbe would be. Given what we know now about the Lazarus plant, the speed of the job does matter. But going with the Asylees, we're at least dealing with known risks. They are.
Microbe needed minimal adjustment to account for heat leech anatomy.
And the Asylees seem like they're even better at tracking leeches than morphs.
Hell of a sight to watch, though, when they catch them. Like an open airlock guzzling angry spaghetti. Microbe is gonna make the cleanup a whole lot quicker. If we're concerned about this Lazarus plant getting deployed again, that's the way to go.
The cabinet can secure the Lazarus plant, and then we're not risking any surprises when it comes to dealing with a microbe.
You're being paranoid. You know the science. You know we can make this safe.
I do know the science. I also know math, and a 1 in a million chance of a mutation isn't 0. So I guess we're still in discussion. Probably best at this point to let the cabinet weigh in, see if they have a preference. And here we go.
Pardon.
A ja muszę iść w górę.
Welcome back, all of you. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report and the second one I just received, it seems the Terramorph attack on New Atlantis was no random occurrence, but a planned strike. Is what I'm reading here true? This report comes from a particularly confidential source both you and I are familiar with, yes. Among the reasons its findings are so alarming. Now, is it true? Was the attack on New Atlantis planned?
My God.
An attack? Using terramorphs? How is that possible?
You will all receive a full briefing once we're done here. So then, is what the second report claims correct? Did Reginald Orlays commit these attacks, Captain? Orlays?
Well, ma'am, it seems your report is incorrect. Francois Sanon was responsible for the attacks.
He did what?
That's impossible. He doesn't have the kind of access to...
Clearly, he made his own access, Chief Sarkin. Madam President, I have been saying for years that not dealing with that man was gonna end in tragedy.
Enough! I hope everyone here understands that what has just been shared is a state secret of the highest order. This information does not leave this room. Now that's quite the accusation your group is leveling. Seeing as Francois Sanon has not left containment for the better part of 2 decades. You have evidence to back this up? I can think of numerous reasons why someone, after learning Victus is still alive, might want to correct that. So I'm not going to accept such a stunning claim without proof.
No, ale w nawiasach to.
It just transformed. A terramorph out of thin air. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe.
Heavens help us. Is that actually him?
I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Francois.
He knew they could do this, and said nothing.
He's a sociopath. Plain and simple, ma'am.
Officer, please collect that recording.
Yes, ma'am. Begging your pardon, Captain.
We'll, of course, be launching a full investigation into how this could have happened. Though I have little doubt the Admiral will be quick to share all he knows on the subject once confronted with that recording. Chief Yassine, can you send one of your interrogators to have a little chat with the Admiral?
I'll issue the order immediately.
Good. Combined with everything else you all have uncovered. Well, I don't think the United Colonies can thank you enough. We failed the people of the colonies by not dealing with Victus sooner. I intend to rectify that mistake immediately. That's truly disconcerting to hear. But cutting off Victus's contact with the outside world is likely to be just the beginning of his punishment. That will be up to the cabinet to decide. But I don't appreciate our mercy being taken advantage of.
Kurwa, ciekawe czy... Cześć, Metiniacz.
I'm not sure I see why someone with UC blood on their hands would merit leniency. But I will note your request when the decision is made. Now, with our villain unmasked, we can attend to the other matters at hand. With the threads you brought together,
Dziękuję.
The Lazarus plant, the attacks, the heat leeches. The three of you have likely spared thousands of lives. But it now falls to the cabinet to ensure this can never happen again. As such, the cabinet will be securing the Lazarus plant on Londinian. All materials related to the plant will be classified to ensure no one else learns its true nature.
A sound decision, Madam President.
Well, luckily the natural hostility of Londinian makes keeping out trespassers relatively easy. But we'll ensure its growth is contained, that access to the plant is only permitted via highly regulated clearances, and that our troop presence on Londinian is increased. We're already discussing the elimination of one species, Captain. Explain to me why you wish to eliminate another. I'm not sure I like what you're suggesting. The UC's only plan is to protect lives. Though, I won't discount that perhaps your proposal could get us closer to that goal. So, explain to me your thinking in destroying the plant.
So long as total eradication can be independently confirmed. Can't risk somebody taking home a cute little souvenir that then destroys humanity down the road.
And once Victus has been dealt with, this problem can end here.
And allow us to focus on the grander task to come. Very well. We'll clean up the plant. Thank you for the suggestion, Captain. So then, to our final topic. The cabinet has agreed to implement a plan that will deal with the Terramorph, and now also heat leech presence on human worlds. In fact, we've already begun enacting measures to check all UC ports and settlements for undiscovered nests. But we all understand this is only a partial solution. The project we're embarking on will be a long and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding how exactly this all will be handled.
Madam President, this microbe is clearly too much of a risk. The Aseles are the safer approach.
To someone with limited knowledge of biology, perhaps? The technology behind the microbe is solved science, Madam President. It isn't dangerous. Using it to wipe out the Terramorphs would be the quickest path to protecting humanity.
And fast results always lead to the best outcomes, don't they?
As you can see, there remains debate among the cabinet. We were hoping your group might issue a recommendation. Major?
We've been having similar debates ourselves, but the captain has yet to weigh in.
I see. Captain, I know this may not be your area of expertise, but we'd like to know your take on the matter. Please, ask.
O Boże.
The responsibilities will be spread across multiple branches of the UC. Research and day-to-day administration will be handled by a new group under the Science Division. All diplomatic concerns and coordination will fall to Chief Yassine and Interstellar Affairs. But most of the actual on-the-ground work, that'll be handled by the Vanguard. This won't work without them.
Exactly right, ma'am. The Interstellar Affairs Office has already begun reaching out to worlds throughout the settled systems, informing them of the risks we're all facing, and that the UC has a plan to prevent what happened on New Atlantis from happening elsewhere. Thus far, the response has been overwhelmingly positive. The spirit of mutual cooperation displayed between the UC and the Freestar Collective in managing the terramorph data set a good tone for the work we're doing, Captain. We expect we'll hit some resistance, but our office has plenty of carrots and sticks to ensure the program's widespread success.
Infinitesimally low.
But not zero.
The chance of a starship landing on you as you sit here isn't zero, yet you still attended. Personally, my fear isn't mutation, but terramorphs developing a resistance. But that's something our group can continue to address if we decide to take this approach, as I believe we should. I can feel this one. While intimidating creatures, certainly, Asylees are docile unless provoked. They're honestly closer to oversized mobile scanners than deadly predators. The concern is that, while all proposed methods will be long-term efforts, the Asylees are the slowest. Slow to breed, slow to deploy. We do everything we could to accelerate that process, including mustering some of our mothballed cloning technologies. But if we do elect to use this method, we'll be doing things at the pace of a megafauna, which is not an expedient one.
Very well. Then did you have a preference on the method we should deploy? I believe we have a responsibility to do something, yes. Heavens forbid, years from now, someone reopens the Pandora's box that Victis discovered. It falls to us to enact every measure required to ensure that day never comes.
I'm in full agreement. No need be delving into unpredictable sciences.
A whole new species. All over the galaxy. Yeah, this is going to go great.
Yes, because we're going to make sure it does.
Order, please. And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
We trust the captain's judgment.
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately. Today marks day one for the United Colonies Terramorph Management Division, making you three the founding members of the TMD. As befits such a group, the Cabinet wanted to display its gratitude. Today, we will be adding 3 new Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
Class 1? For the 3 of us? Are you joking?
What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
It's a status reserved only for those who've dedicated their lives
Wow,
to the United
witam
Colonies
serdecznie, nie
or
ma
done
co
great things for its cause. Class 1s enjoy
narzekać.
ample
Fabuła
credit
i
disbursement,
tym
an additional reduction
uniwersytetom
on the cost
chociaż
of colonial
super,
goods.
ale
And I'm told the penthouse
jeśli nie znasz jakimś stopniu komunikatywnym, to wiązanie to wiesz co masz robić i to wiesz co masz zrobić i zakomentować. Znaczy, ja ci powiem, trochę mnie to dziwi, że nie ma, wiesz co, Na przykład w Skyrimie był dubbing, nie? I trochę to dziwne, że do takiej gry nie dali, jeżeli do starej gry, jak wyszła wcześniej, te 20 parę lat temu, czy kiedy ona tam wyszła, czy tam 10, to dali dubbing, a do tego nie. No tak trochę ciekawe. Nie wiem czemu tak, ale no...
Gather your thoughts and let's continue.
A dobra.
You all have earned it.
Więc no dziwne. Dla mnie to jest trochę takie...
Major Sanan, Dr. Walker, I hope you two are willing to continue your efforts, spearheading the TMD's research on Mars.
We'd be honored, ma'am.
And as a member of both the Vanguard and the TMD, I believe you, Captain, will
Poza
have
tym,
to pick
kurwa, ja mi się napisów stąd nie chcę czytać, bo i tak bym nie zdążył tego
Swallow,
poczytać.
if I recall correctly.
Więc ja to tak wiesz.
He should be able to provide you with assignments
Tyle
going
co...
forward, plus help you collect
I tak
the
już
benefits
kończymy ten
that come
wątek,
with
tylko
being
że
Class
tej...
On behalf of the whole of the United Colony,
Jak się to nazywa?
you have our
Setka.
sincerest gratitude. This meeting is adjourned.
Dobra. Koniec.
You know, I went to chef school. This ain't exactly where I saw myself.
Co mi się teraz aktywowało, bo to w sumie... A, nic się nie aktywowało. Się zadania skończyły w sumie. Czy coś tego? Czy według... Moment, bo tak i tak musimy zamknąć. I co? Odwiedź dom, porozmawiać. O, w sumie tak możemy zrobić. Nie wiem, dla mnie to jest takie... Ale nie dali, to nie dali, no co zrobimy? Byle są napisy. Aczkolwiek, no ja bym... Kurwa, ej, co ty każesz zrobić? Raz mi pokazuje tu, raz mi pokazuje... Z co mam?
What's on your mind?
And we have plenty of tools to convince
Nie.
you stubborn.
Ej, no o co chodzi? Chyba, że ja muszę zejść i tu gdzieś to jest. A ja, dobra, bo to będzie gdzieś... A ja, bo musimy windą zjechać. Dobra, już wiem. Już wszystko jasne. Dobra, już wiem. I tak już się skończył tamten wątek. Ciekawe co z nim zrobią w sumie tam. Może się dowiemy, może nie, nie wiem. Nie wiem co tam z nim ten rząd cały zrobi. Chyba nie w tą stronę, czekajcie, w którą ja mam iść. Kurwa macie. A tu jest to wyjście, dobre. Teraz moment, co on mi pokazuje? On mi pokazuje, że miałbym niby... Siema.
Well, well, I've got to say, this is a first. I've never had a Class 1 citizen in my ranks before. Congratulations, Captain.
Yay! No. O,
It's a high honor. Have to do something big
obywatel
for the
pierwszej
colonies for
klasy,
investment
jestem
preservation.
teraz bossem.
Only ever met a couple myself, and certainly never given one order.
A patrzcie jak ja awansuję. Jestem tu po to, by odebrać to co jest. Pierwsza klasa, dziękuję bardzo. Okej.
No need to thank me. You brought this all on yourself.
Jestem tak.
I've already gone ahead and processed your Class 1
I tak mi to
benefits.
da, teraz to
All
co mi
UC
ma
goods and
dać.
services should now have a thanks for
A lepiej
protecting the
odpowiadać.
colonies discount.
Bardzo tak.
And the credits should be in your account
Miło.
now. But to get into your penthouse, you'll have to pay a visit to
Ja
the
muszę
Affilion
zobaczyć
Realty
sobie,
office.
czy
They should be able to
przypadkiem...
grant you access.
O, już mi dał. Moment, chcę zobaczę tylko jedną rzecz. Jeśli to nie problem z waszej strony, muszę się dowiedzieć, czemu. Jak się tego dowiedzieć? A może tu będzie miał informację. Proszę, ja mógł przeszukać, jak się przeszukuje kanał na tym. Chyba nie da się przeszukać kanału na... to chyba trzeba jednak w kompie zobaczyć. Ale lipa. Łapka poleciała. Spoko, Metinecz.
Just out the front door and across the plaza. At the embassies. Look for the Affilion sign.
Cieszę się, że ZK fotografiamy. O, ZK właśnie.
Higher-ups wanted to make sure you know how much they appreciate what you've done. But with all that squared, it's time to get you a new assignment. There are your
Wolę odpowiadać tak miło w tej grze, żeby ze wrogów niepotrzebnie nie narobić.
Or you could help the TMD in cleaning up terramorphs. Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Wanted your help collecting biological samples to keep an eye out for any new alien threats on the horizon. Any of those missions call to you?
Okay.
Any chance to bag some bugs, right? Well, I can provide. Let me just check my
O,
logs.
poszła misja
Okay.
od
These
niego.
coordinates should get...
Że mi dał misję kolejną, ale to chyba już jest taka bardziej... Dobra, idziemy jeszcze pogadać z... Super, a on jest gdzieś na dole. Gdzie tu przeskoczymy?
Bet you got some shin splints from that.
Wiem, że jestem głupi i że złamałem teraz, kurde, coś, ale trudno. Przejdzie. Ja muszę zobaczyć coś. Bardzo mnie to ciekawi. Ja muszę to niestety zrobić tutaj, ale nie na Twitcha, baranie, wyszy, tylko tu. Czekajcie, zaraz wrócimy do grania. Zaraz wrócimy do grania, ja tylko sobie coś zobaczę, bo tu jest i to jest Skyrim. Grałeś, kurwa, w Skyrim? Nie grałeś. To się nie ma co dziwić, że chłop, no dobra, już wiem. To się nie ma, kurde, wielki świat te planety. O, ta gra jest... Ja tą grę będę przechodzić, czy gdybym to miał przechodzić, to by mi to zajęło chyba z 50 lat, tak, od dechy do dechy, ale nie będziemy tak przechodzić, aż tyle. Nie no. Ogólnie chodzi o to, wątek główny jest chyba na 40 godzin. Sam główny, więc nie ma się czym przejmować. A gdzie mam w ogóle lecieć? I czemu mam niby to robić? Ale to na razie nie. To nie, to zostajemy. To ja nie chcę. To na razie musimy zostawić. Robimy to. Potem się tym zajmę. Robimy to jednak. Oglądam kanał, który na październik Wow, znane tytuły gier, ale no, mi tykami na PC i PC głównie napis dobrze.pl. Dlatego, aby ciąć koszty, obecnie gry kosztują 4. No ta. Wiesz co? Ej, ty też muszę odlecieć, kurde. Znaczy... Nie no, spoko. Ale wiesz, no tak trochę, jeśli to jest... to nie jest w tym samym miejscu. Nie, to my robimy inaczej. To my najpierw jednak, bo jak ja mam tak to zrobić, to nie, dobra, palić. Biorę to. Jak i tak mamy lecieć tam, to muszę... To lepiej najpierw tu zaliczyć. To jest pewnie... Pewnie, że tu. Bo tu pewnie tylko będzie rozmowa i tyle. Nie no, ja wiem, że gry patrz na The Crew na przykład, nie? Bo ja The Crew też gram. A jeszcze takie gry z października, jak... Października? Tak, października. To jeszcze jest w planach właśnie u mnie Forza Motorsport. Takie, bo The Crew to też jest taka gra nieskończona, bo tam w sumie zrobimy te... Jak się to nazywa? A wiecie co? Te playlisty. To jest raz. A no, Forza Motorsport to też tylko tam wyścigi torowe, no to sprawdzimy sobie to. No i Asasyna tego nowego będziemy chcieli ograć. Znaczy ja będę chciał ogrywać tego Miraża. Więc no, na razie będzie co robić, nie? Tak mi się wydaje, że będzie co robić. No. A Miraż też oczywiście nie ma polskiego dubbingu, zresztą Asasyny nigdy nie miały i Ubisoft w sumie też nigdy nie dawał.
Why, hello, fellow class 1 citizen.
Dobra, nie gadaj tyle, jak długo pracujesz w ZK.
Who knows? Probably need to cut me down and count the rings to figure it out at this point. I joined UC DRIP, Defense Research and Initiative right after graduation.
Zobaczymy, no.
Worked on all kinds of projects.
Ale mnie akurat ciekawi ten wątek co do Asasyna z tym Asasynem, bo tam właśnie chyba go nie dokończyli w Valhalli, bo to miał być dodatek do Valhalli, ale był tak duży, że wyszła z tego druga gra. No, bo to Basimem będziemy grać, ale to dojdziemy do tego, jak będziemy już w to grać. Na razie zajmijmy się Starfieldem.
There was a team before us, set up in some secret base somewhere, that laid down a fair bit of groundwork on the field. But when a lab accident took them down, they called on Hadrian and I to take up the mantle, set in motion everything that's come since. Oh yeah, known each other since the Xenoweapons team first set up on Mars. You can imagine my shock when I walked into this place for the first time and found some plucky 19-year-old was going to be my partner. We were supposed to be co-heads initially, but you've dealt with Hadrian. You can imagine about how long that lasted. But the Major knew her stuff. Saw potential in all her staff, knew how to get the best out of her.
Muszę zobaczyć.
Kind of bull only an uncynical woman like Hadrian could pull off. For all the damage that group did, we were real tight-knit. Having that back, it's nice.
Dobra.
Why? You want to watch an old man squirm? What we did back then, we were trying to win a war. We used every tool we had. Tools we were permitted to use at the time, to try and win it. Well, let's hope it never comes to that.
Bardzo cenię
But
sobie
at least now, with the TMD,
takie
some of that work is
osoby
finally
jak
being put
ty,
to better end.
podchodzące do grania z pasją. Fakt,
A little less painful.
że był tak dużą stawkę wątkową na październik. Masz chyba rację miało być. Chyba miało być, masz rację, ale okej. Co? Czy ja podchodzę do grania z pasją, to bym się kłócił, ale dobra, bo ja... Ja lubię grać, ale no... w gry i w sumie pokazuje to, no ale... W sumie, no, powiem, zaskoczyło mnie to trochę teraz.
Ooh, you heard right. These terramorph attacks
No, ciekawa
take the
sprawa.
UC off guard. UC brass
Coraz bardziej mnie zaskakują. Wczorajsze streamy w 4K jako niewiele robi osób, teraz takie coś się dowiaduje. No coś takiego.
Which means we need someone to track down said aliens.
Ale dzięki
and
za
harvest
miłe
samples
słowo.
from. And not just any sample from these animals is gonna do either.
Masakra.
We're trying to build a comprehensive picture. Which
Miłe.
requires specific cells from specific family lines of some oftentimes unfriendly creatures. But since dealing with unfriendly creatures falls square in your wheelhouse, well, I figured we might be able to recruit you for the task.
Kurde, ale te dialogi w tej grze, to wam powiem, tu jest więcej gadania niż grania, nie?
This isn't the same sort of harvesting you and Hadrian were doing with the Terramorphs. A little will go a long way here. If you can get close enough to these creatures to harvest from them directly, you should be able to collect what we need without killing them. I checked with Lieutenant Walter before heading out. A good EM weapon could serve you well on these missions. Though, if heavens forbid, there's no viable option other than putting the things down. We're only talking a select few specimens here. These populations will recover. Pretty much every beast, behemoth, critter, and chimera humanity's run across is on the list. But we can send in-house researchers after the little guys. Your job will be primarily dealing with the more troublesome species.
Kosztów, które... Czekaj. Że nam nie liczymy tych kosztów, które chcemy dzięki, ale nie skorzystam, a to nie, no to lecimy w ten sposób.
Glad to hear it.
Bierzemy wszystkie zadania, jakie ten i tyle. Ile zrobimy, to zrobimy, bo to jest...
expert backup. So, if you're interested, they've agreed to let you take Hadrian with you. You'll have to convince her, of course, but I don't think she'll fight you too badly.
Kurde.
We could use Hadrian here, absolutely. But we have other
Racja, pomyłka w tekście na końcu tekstu. Dziś po...
You and Hadrian are the right people for this
nie
job.
wiedział na temat nowości tytułów premier gier. Gdzieś chodził, obojętnie to nic nie wiedział na temat nowości premier gier. Co? Dobra. Chyba wolę zająć tym samodzielnie, bo gdyby para znów nie wspierała. O, ciekawe czy mogę ją zastąpić? Czy wiem? Bo chyba z nim mogę też to robić. Czekajcie. Mam dwa zadania od tej frakcji jeszcze, co? Nie wiem czy... Czekajcie, ciekawe czy to jest tu, czy gdzie to jest? Bo wychodzi na to, że to jest... Gdzie to mają? O Boże, tak daleko tą misję mają. Ale ja tam mogę chyba lecieć, co? Czy nie warto? Ty, mogę. W sumie mogę. Ale to... Załatwimy najpierw bliższą misję, czekajcie. Nie wiem, przeskakiwać z misji na misję. To na razie zwiniemy. tym się zajmijmy. Załatwimy te teramorfy. Jeszcze. To było tu. Było tu i to było na tej planecie. Chyba. Startujemy tam.
Let's see what's out there.
Approaching ship, you've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband.
Ach. Te skany sobie w poszukiwaniu kontrabandy.
You are good to go. All clear to land.
Chyba tu. Lecimy. Bo tam jest dużo też miejsc. Ale co to za planeta jakaś? Nieźle to wylądowanie wygląda.
Dad, do you think Solomon Cove would have liked me?
Sure. Everybody likes.
Hey, you might want this.
Co? Oj, my chyba źle, żeś coś z mnie zrobili. Ale jak ty chcesz pogadać, to chodź.
And you made it just a little bit safer for everybody. No matter what you could have done differently, this will impact a lot of lives eventually. We'll have to mark it in the Constellation history books so we don't forget it when the Terramorphs are finally gone. Oh, really? I haven't noticed anything. Just kidding, just kidding. You're amazing. Like chocolate-covered prasada berries on an all-you-can-eat spicy chunks buffet. Sorry, I'm a little hungry. Balancing risk versus reward is tricky. Even more so when so much hangs in the balance.
Chyba jeszcze jesteśmy w złym
Really
miejscu.
think the Asylees are going to work out, huh? You must have seen some data that I didn't.
Ale dobra.
They're reliable is, I think, what you're trying to say. And yeah,
A się
I get
czepia
where you're coming
tamtego.
from. At least with the extermination of the Lazarus plant, the Asylees will have an easier time.
5 stopni. Ciekawe.
Given the length of time needed to deploy the Asylees combined with the amount of time needed to hunt down all the Terramorphs, it's going to be a while before we know if that's
Kurde, ale
enough.
się będzie teraz do mnie... O, już się nie sra. Dobra, czekajcie. Kurde, gdzie ja mam niby się udać? Może się miałem do tego miejsca udać. Temu mi to kazuje przelecieć. Bo właśnie jest miejsce obok miejsca i teraz... O, to jest ta sama planeta, nie? Zobaczymy.
The fragility and tenacity of life on any planet is truly astounding. I mean, at any moment a calamity could happen. But consider the countless near-extinction events already escaped. Marvelous,
Czekajcie, czy ja mogę skanować? O nie. O nie. Ale to są chyba terraformy. Bo będę musiał broń. W ogóle właśnie. 186 ciężaru mam. O, w pizdę jeża. ciężka sprawa. Skąd mi się go tyle nabrało? Pierdolę. Dobra, poczekajcie, wiecie co? Chciał jeszcze na statek jednego iść. Wiem, że to trochę głupie, co teraz chcę zrobić już, ale chcę sobie uporządkować parę rzeczy. Bo widzę, że ciężka sprawa.
Hey, you might want this.
To jest mój statek, nie? Dobra, chodźcie na ten statek.
Have something for you.
Yes, you're immaculate.
A bo on chce, żebym go przestawił. Ja go nie chcę przestawiać, ja chcę sobie... Kurde, no, niedużo się tu zmieści, ale coś tu wsadzimy. No. Pewno. Na pewno. Uzbrojenie. I teraz tak, to se zostawię. To mogę oddać, to se zostawię, to se zostawiam. 127. No to ciebie oddam. 49. 57 mamy 2. To 49, 47. Oddaję. 59. 72, 95. Pyk. 19 na pewno. To też. 100. To sobie zostawię. To i to. 132 mam. Kurde, no powiem wam. Sam nie wiem, z czego strzelać. Co, na razie to odłożę. Może. Właściwie ile my tu mamy jeszcze? 162 miejsca, okej. To mamy dość, w miarę spoko. Zbrojenia. Pytanie właśnie, ile do czego mamy amunicji? Tu mamy 105. I to jest taka... a to może być ciężko. 59. Mamy do czegoś 154, ale to strzela po prostu jeden na raz. Tu się mi kończy. Nie wiem co. 54 na 6 amunicji. No nie wiem, a to zadaje duże obrażenia, ale... Dobra, na razie bierzemy to. Zobaczymy. Bo i tak mało już amunicji mam do tego. No ale nic to. Lecieć do tego miejsca.
Life will almost certainly arise on planets when the right conditions are met. There's a beauty in such persistence.
Ty daleko. Dość daleko. Ja sobie chcę być tutaj, przy tej bazie już. Świetnie, mam pewnie misję. Wyeliminuj terraformy. Dobra, zobaczymy. Nie, on nie jest taki duży. Na 10. poziomie. Ale już mi się amunicja kończy w tym cholewcie. Chcę mi dać chwilę. Dobra, weźmiemy to na razie, zobaczymy jakie to ma wrażenie. O, ten jest chyba większy. Wow! Aczkolwiek no niby... A to wali w ogóle nie... Nie, to jest tylko to ten, to nie chcę. Bo to jest IM. Aha, mogę z nim pogadać i żeby z niemu latać. I niby ją mieć zawsze, ale to jest niepotrzebne, myślę. Dobra, a? To jest daleko. Lecimy tam, bo...
Hey, you might want this.
Tu musimy iść. Ale chyba nie mamy punktów do... Co ja mam z nimi zrobić? Wow! Ciekawe, czy jestem to w...
Listen up. I have a bit of time and I need to talk with you about some things. I won't waste your time, so please don't waste mine. Stop by soon. Thanks. Hey, you and I need to talk about some things. Don't worry. I'm a professional talker, so I can keep things simple.
Okay. Rozwaliłem statki przy okazji. A ja muszę na obiad skoczyć, o cholera. Dobra. Czy nie wiem, o co chodzi. Okej, dobra, wiecie co? Ja se skoczę zjeść obiad. Lecz najpierw sprawdzę sobie moje zdolności. 3 na 5. To nie to. A bo to było to? Nie, to musi być to, tyle że pilotaż. 11 na 30, okej. Dobra, ZW. Ej. Jestem już. Jakby coś się działo, coś ktoś mówił? Ale chyba nie. Cisza jest i spokój, dobra. Okej, co my tu... Aha, już wiem. Myśmy mieli jakąś misję tu wykonywać. W ogóle co ja mam za statusy, bo jakieś statusy mi się tu cholera odpaliły. Aha, to deszcz pada. Niby na tej planecie jest niby deszcz, tak? Dobra, lecimy z nim. Coś ty jest jaki. Kurwa, jaki tu masz level. Gin. Gin. Ale to... O, z nim będzie ciężko. O, jaki gruby, jaki duży jest w ogóle. Jak się go przestraszył. Ja pierdolę. O kurde. Jakże się zląkł. O, masakra. Ja pierdzielę. Kurde. Dole. Kurwa mać. Dostać próbki, mówicie.
You need me for something? Oh my god, I'm literally following in your...
What's your problem? What is going on in that head of yours? You don't know where this is coming from? Really? You have to have some idea. Or are you deliberately being obtuse? Oh, really? No, I don't think I do, buddy. Listen up. Either you made a mistake, or you're not the person I thought you were when I said I'd travel with you. I'm not happy about what has happened. That should be evident. Will I leave? Well, that entirely depends on you. All right, I will. So, this is it then. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. At the next port, we'll go our separate ways. I've got a universe to explore after all. You'll find your own way without me just fine, I'm sure. I've got 1,000 things on my mind right now, and you're not one of them.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a joke?
Sure, Sweet Pea. Your old man could always use a laugh.
Okay. Who can jump higher than a skyscraper?
Looking for something?
New Atlantis.
Słuchaj, stary, a co ty w ogóle masz? Pewno wezmę sobie twoją amunicję. To na bank. W takiej sytuacji, gdybyś miał iść. Wiesz co? Ja czegoś od ciebie potrzebuję. Te bronie sobie możesz cholera wziąć. Nie psie na ryj. Ale amunicję ty mi drogi oddajesz. Ubierz sobie wejść. Różne. To sobie możesz wziąć. Nic tu nie masz ciekawego.
I don't know.
Oh, whoa, are you serious? No. Hard pass. Not after everything before. At least not unless you show me you've learned a thing or two.
Okay. Good one, Cora. Hey, next time you see Barrett, try it out on him.
Can this wait, or is it actually important? Yeah, we're done here.
A, czyli tak się sprawy mają. O typie. Nie wiem o co mu chodzi w ogóle. To wesny haran i mam to w dupie. Jak taki cham z niego się zrobił. Dobra. Jak z niego taki cham się zrobił, proszę bardzo, co? Nie musisz ze mną łazić. To sobie haran wezmę. Obraził się, no nie mam.
You must be the one with the samples then. I'll get these logged ASAP. If you're interested in collecting more, you can speak to Dr. Walker. Oh, and your pay? Here you are. Thank you, Captain.
Okej. Co to mamy? No. To idę właśnie to załatwić. W takiej sytuacji. Jak on nie chce, to sam to załatwi. Jak się na mnie obraził? Jego sprawa. Siema.
Captain, looks like we missed each other back at Mast. Listen, I just wanted to say, I could have never guessed where all this was going to lead. But now, knowing what I do, that my father truly is the monster I always thought he was. Well, I've just spent a lot of my life in pursuit of the truth.
Słuchaj.
You bringing it straight to me, it just means a lot. The best ones certainly do. You know, I was thinking, while we were up on that podium, if I wanted to try and see him again. But I knew the answer before I even finished the thought. I didn't. Because confronting him, what would I have gained from that? From letting him remind me I can never truly be rid of him? Nothing. Now, all I'd be doing is acknowledging that he still has some sway over my life. And while I can't do anything about his role in my past, I'm not about to let him control my future. And thanks to what we've done together,
Jak ona nie będzie chciała iść, no to weźmiemy sobie sferę. Pieprze to.
Words can't do justice to how grateful I am for that. He said that? I mean, I guess. You're sure you'd really want me to come with you?
No raczej.
Hold on now, don't put words in my mouth. I've never backed down from a challenge, and I'm not about to start. If you really need backup out there, I'll watch your six. You can count on me to pull my weight. I'll always help out in combat, and I'm happy to assist you with any research, too. Having an extra xenosociologist around on this assignment sure couldn't hurt. We'll be dealing with plenty of hostile creatures. Yeah, I think so, too. Thank you for the offer. Really. It was unexpected, but I think this will be for the best. Both for me and for the settled systems.
O, właśnie. Brak przydziału. Jest statek. Hey, no.
I'll head out soon. I just need to talk to Percival before I go. He's gonna get an earful for arranging this without talking to me about it first. See you, Captain.
Ty.
There just aren't words for how grateful I am. Well, I think it's safe to say you succeeded beyond... It's been...
Czy ty?
Do you need me somewhere else? Plenty of space in my pack if you need to unload some things.
Gdzie ty możesz? Bo nie mam po 135, dobra, więc w sumie ja ci załatwię.
I'll get the job done.
Załoga, ale gdzie? A ja nie wiem po chuj.
Can I help with something? See you around.
Okej, no to nie mamy nic. No dobra, to my teraz albo robimy główne. Czyli to jest główne, albo to robimy, bo to jest takie bardzo Ej, no fakt, to jest gdzieś tu na Marsie. Dobra, to musimy iść tam i startować z Marsa bezpośrednio. Jeżeli ona nie wiem, jeżeli on ze mną, zresztą sprawdzimy. Dobra, sprawdzimy sobie to. Dziwna sytuacja. Jeśli ona ze mną nie Hydron nie chce ze mną. Ona ma brak przydziału Hydron. Nie wiem jak się tu o co chodzi z tymi przydziałami dalej. Mam kurwa statek i ten, a dalej nie mam.
Am I being reassigned?
O, ty.
I'm requesting reassignment, Captain. Where do you need me?
Albo muszę mieć placówki, a ja nie mam placówek.
Do you have any new orders for me? Stay safe.
Kurwa, nie możesz.
Welcome back.
How may I serve? Ah, the universe is essentially infinite. And yet here you are again.
Okej. No tak, ty cholera jasna. Lin. To ja je wolę Sarę już mieć ze sobą. Dobra, to jak on mnie nie chce, to spadaj na drzewo. Ja sobie wezmę Sarę zaraz, czekajcie. Tu. Do Róży chce się udać. Ale jak nie chcesz ze mną się podróżować, to nie musisz.
I hope you are satisfied with the quarters available to you.
What can I help you with? Sorry to pull you aside like this, but I wanted to take a moment to congratulate you.
Oh.
Taking those steps to eradicate the terramorph threat is essential to the safety of every living thing in the settled systems. You should be proud.
To powód do dumy, mówisz?
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you treated the situation with the urgency it deserved. I only wish that the United Colonies chose to exterminate the terramorphs with the experimental microbe instead of choosing this ridiculous Asili solution. Apparently, their decision was based on your recommendation. That was a risky choice you've made. I beg to differ with you. Deploying the Asili solution is going to take years, perhaps even decades. The microbe would have cut that time drastically. You've already seen how much destruction just a few terramorphs can cause. While we wait for the Asilis to naturally prey upon them, we have to spend time and resources defending ourselves. How many human lives will be lost due to the wait? Why should we wall ourselves in when we could simply eradicate them in one fell swoop? The science was at our disposal, and now we've cast that aside. I fear for the future. Unfortunately, there's no use dwelling on the past. You need to live with the decision that's been made. Thankfully, the eradication of the Lazarus plant gives the Asilis a bit more time to do their
To
job.
wam to chyba decyzja chodzi, co?
I'm sorry, I don't. All we've solved is our heat leech problem, which is definitely a step in the right direction. It doesn't dismiss the fact that it will take the Asilis a dangerously long time to hunt down and eliminate the terramorphs.
Oh.
You haven't let me down. You've simply given me cause for concern. I'll tell you what, let's put this past us, shall we? I'm sure everything will work out in the end. I'm sorry if I've said anything that jeopardizes our working relationship.
Hey.
I have something I need to discuss with you. Thanks for taking time to chat. I really need a friendly ear right about now. I received a message from Constellation, and it's given me a lot to think about.
Kurde, ona cały czas chce ze mną nawijać o czymś.
Not at all. It's just a list of requests. But when you read between the lines, it's obvious my absence is causing issues.
Czyli oni uważają, że to było...
No, it's the first time. But the fact that they're reaching out, well, it's given me a lot to think about. You're not keeping me out here. I am. Just... Here. Let me explain. Before I joined...
Dobra, co ty tłumacz?
I served for 8 years as the head of the Navigator Corps, until the UC decided to axe the department.
Kurde, no miałaś tłumaczyć.
If you want to help, I feel like I need to give you some background. Just bear with me.
Nie wiem czemu, ale nie mam.
It was a branch of the United Colonies Navy, a small fleet of ships outfitted for galactic exploration.
Teraz nie więcej gadam, ja ją chcę wziąć ze sobą, a... Więc nie muszę nawijać.
Yeah, sure. Some more than others. You see, the top brass demanded press-worthy discoveries to justify the spending, and money was tight after the war. Shutdown was inevitable. At the end of the day, I was in charge, so the blame obviously fell on my shoulders.
Ale trudno.
Seriously? The Colony War, of course. You know, that little incident
Ja wszystko wypytywać chcę, dziewczyno.
Men and women as they squabbled over border disputes. That war. Well, perhaps it was easy for you. But my obligations to the UC didn't allow me to simply pick up and leave. Sorry. I'm just... Things are tough for me right now, and I need you to listen. You once told me that you favored the journey over the destination. So I'm hoping you'll understand what I'm trying to say. I failed, because I was more concerned about exploring the stars than pushing a pencil. That depends on your definition of significant. Discover a rare neutron star, and no one cares. But slap a picture of a kooky alien life form on SSNN, and suddenly you're a goddamn rock star. It's all about the propaganda, what gets the people excited. That's what the United Colonies was focused on at the time.
Próbujemy tak,
That's just it, though.
Ten problem.
This was as far from the military as you could get. Ships built for exploration, not war. And I still screwed it all up.
Kurde, no
Well, that brings us to this message now, doesn't it? Call it whatever you want. My drive, my initiative, my optimism. It's been my greatest strength and my worst nightmare. It elevates me to these positions of authority, but all I want to do is explore, not sit and make sure the accounts are balanced. Yes, exactly. If
Mam
it's
cię.
obvious to you, imagine how obvious it is to someone like Barrett or Mateo. Oh, they must be itching to replace me by now. God damn it.
God damn it.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Oh, here you are trying to help me and I'm yelling at you. You have to understand. Once
Boże.
Aja retired, I lost the only person that gave a damn.
To pociśniemy.
Look, it's clear that you have feelings for me. It's just... I've never had time for this sort of thing in my life.
O Jezu.
Please, it's not you. It's me. I'm just not ready to get that close.
O Jezus, jak ona się zakłopotała.
But thank you for being there and listening. It helped.
Nie mogę.
It really did.
Sielaska. Słuchaj, ale ty chodź ze mną, bo ja w końcu... Czy ja mogę z tobą, kurwa, pogadać?
Yes?
Ruszać w drogę?
I'm right behind you.
No chodź, nareszcie. To chodź. A ty?
I do not know, sweetie.
Moment, chyba że...
Oh, whoa, are you serious? No.
I am at your service, Captain.
Oh, what exactly do you need from me? No, just no. I might have some room if you need me to carry something.
Dobra, słuchaj, jak ty masz tu kurwa stary zamiar siedzieć, to oddasz.
Good grief. Just go already.
Can I help? If you have any gear you want...
Słuchaj, Sara. Skafandry. Masz. Plecaki. Masz. Hełmy. Masz. Ubiór. Ten i ten. Proszę bardzo. Uzbrojenie. To zostaje to i to. Dobra, uzbrojenie. Mioty miotane, wszystkie dostaniesz. Są niepotrzebne. Amunicja załatwisz sobie. Pomagacze nie. Zasoby. Sypiający. Dobra. To mamy, to mamy. Okej.
Talk to you later.
I teraz tak. Tak musimy... wylądujemy i tak w statku, więc w sumie... Ja muszę i tak być na statku. Nie wiem, czy w ogóle musimy... A oni mnie od razu przenoszą do... A ja to zrobię w ten sposób. I wtedy będę już na...
Let me know when you're ready to launch.
Welcome, Captain. We've been expecting you. You're clear to dock at docking port 1.
Okej. Zmieniłem się dobrze. Bo ja ogólnie nie wiem, czy mam...
What's next on the agenda? Saving the world? Saving the galaxy? Saving...
How have you been?
Powiedz mi, czy masz zasoby? To jest statkowe zasoby, są dobre. Moje ekwipunkowe zasoby na pewno. Włókno razy 6. Czyli to schowane.
So, Miss Stay Up Late reading under the covers? Did you learn anything new from your book last night?
Don't pretend to be mad at me. I know you aren't real. I learned that back on Earth, people used to use the stars to navigate. That's so cool. But I guess it only worked because they just lived on one planet. And that sounds boring.
Remind me one of these days to tell you the tale of a certain Solomon Coe and where his stargazing landed him.
Good to see you.
Kurwa, no zobaczymy zaraz. To jest tu czy nie? Cóż, no, chodzi, że jednak to. Gdzie my jesteśmy w ogóle, jeżeli mamy...
you, Dusty.
No tu się wychodzi. Okej, no nieważne.
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance. Did you have any questions before I escort you to the commander? Yeah, listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself. Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail. I'm not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal. Understood? If you'd follow me, please. So, you're the vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City. You've made quite an impression out here. Everyone upstairs is talking about it. Damn. That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't normally see that kind of action on the Vigilance, but we have our moments.
Bo dalej mamy te kurze statusy złe.
All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
Good luck. Beep. Oh, Sarah.
Okay, hello. Yes, what?
Również.
Freezing here.
I do not recommend extended exposure without our suits.
I believe we have something important to discuss. Ah, there you are. Commander Kibwe Kande, UC System. Glad to have you aboard. I was beginning to think you were having second thoughts about Commander Dwala's offer.
Że potem sprawdzi jeszcze u siebie.
UC SysDev is a division of the UC Navy. While they handle big picture stuff, we deal specifically with pirates. Since you're already involved with the Vanguard, I don't have to underline how important your contribution will be to the security of our spaceways. Yes, I know. I was intentionally vague when I advised Master of my needs, but rest assured, I'll answer all your questions in due time. So, now that you're part of the team, allow me to introduce you to your new home. This is the Operations Center of the UC Vigilance, SysDev's nerve center dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet. That's strange. According to your file, you've encountered them before. On Vectera specifically. They were the pirates that attacked your mining outpost? I'm surprised you don't remember. We are currently in the Sol system, in deep orbit around Phobos. As to why, I'll explain momentarily. Which is precisely why we're taking a more clandestine approach. We need
będziemy się strzelać.
Someone who can feed us information, evidence, and expose their weaknesses. catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting inside is going to take some finesse.
Wszystko już wiadomo.
I do.
Tak.
Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention. Aurora is a Class A controlled substance that's illegal to transport outside of Neon, a city on Volai. Get caught with this stuff aboard a ship and you're looking at some serious fines. That's classified. Suffice to say that the smuggler who was previously holding it will be spending the rest of their life in prison. That's right. So it'll be your job to convince this person that you're the real deal. Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know. Let's just say my superiors need proof that engaging the Crimson Fleet is a larger priority than they're willing to admit. If we shove enough concrete evidence under their noses, they'll have no choice but to allocate the resources that I've requested. At the same time, we can use the evidence to arrest members of the Crimson Fleet, weakening them enough to strike a fatal blow. If I didn't have confidence in your abilities, I would have told Commander Tuala to send someone else.
Okay.
Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence to take them down.
To już wiem dlaczego.
Then you better learn to swim, because you're diving right into the deep end on this one.
To walił.
I know you can do this. I'm not about to throw away someone's life on a whim or a prayer. Just use your best judgment. Trust your instincts. Watch your back.
Dobra, wiecie co? Dam sobie
I wouldn't expect any less. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear.
Chodzi na to, że to
As an
trudne
undercover
zadanie.
operative for UC-SysDef, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct.
Będziemy się dużo strzelać,
Allow
wychodzi na
yourself
to.
to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control.
Lieczę.
The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing: money. All of their morals and social graces fall by the wayside in pursuit of their greed. At first glance, this can appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap.
Ja tu się wyląduję na...
To put it simply, you can't go into every situation with guns blazing. Think before you act. Calculate what you're doing and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely necessary. At the end of the day, your primary goal is taking down the Crimson Fleet. That's the greater good. I don't want promises. I'm just asking you to think. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft. She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here, and good luck. While you're running with the Crimson Fleet, you're undoubtedly going to be faced with some morally gray decisions. It's going to be difficult for you to weigh the consequences of pulling the trigger while maintaining your cover. Do what you have to do, but remember why you're out there in the first place. Then you do what you have to do. The Crimson Fleet has the potential to kill hundreds, even thousands of people per year. If it takes a few deaths to maintain your cover, so be it. But only as an absolutely final resort. This is not a licensed killing spree. Understood? I'm not advocating violence. I'm merely urging you to weigh the consequences before you open fire.
Okay.
Look, I can see that you're struggling with this. So let me simplify this for you. If there's a route to your goal which doesn't involve killing innocent people, I'm urging you to follow that path. Use your instincts. I'm certain you'll do the right thing. For your own safety, nobody but myself and the crew of the Vigilance will be aware that you're working for the United Colonies. Basically, if you land in jail, you're going to have to deal with the fines. All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years, which means she's been privy to some seriously shady deals. She's shrewd and she's diligent. The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an informant. I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got. That's easy to answer. You don't. We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and attempting to keep it within your vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence and at the completion of your assignments, head back here for a debrief. Beyond that, you're completely on your own. As you were.
Pardon.
Oj, ty gnojku.
Hello.
Yes? Okay. Hello.
Tu jak poleciała i... Oj, to chyba jednak... Jeszcze stąd nie spadamy.
Howdy.
Jeszcze z tobą mam pogadać, tak?
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood? Well, since it isn't every day we stumble across a criminal's fully written confession, we need to build a case against our suspects. The more evidence we acquire, the stronger our case becomes. And knowing the Crimson Fleet, they'll leave plenty of evidence for you to find. I'd scour every inch of wherever the Crimson Fleet sends you. Otherwise, you're wasting our time and risking your neck for nothing. Criminals are sloppy. Look hard enough and I'm certain you'll stumble across their mess. Rationalize it however you like, but that evidence is critical to the success of Commander Akonde's operation.
I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig. Haven't you been paying attention? Our goal here is the complete eradication of the Crimson Fleet. In order to do that, we need to dismantle them piece by piece from within. If you bring me evidence, we can make arrests and slowly drain their resources. Think of it as a death by 1,000 tiny cuts.
Kurwa, czy ja muszę skontrolować?
It's not you, it's the Crimson Fleet. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera has nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard. What? No. It's personal. It has nothing to do with you. Just stick to the mission and you'll be fine.
Dobra, to spadł.
That's all we're asking. Oh, before you go, there's one more thing. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts. Well, that's just it. You're not career military, are you? And speaking frankly, you're completely out of pocket during this operation. You'll be paying for your own supplies and other unexpected incidentals. So, if I were you, I'd stop asking questions and accept the compensation. That's what I told Commander Akande, but he insisted. All right, we've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden, and with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed. Don't worry, the container's been registered with UC Security, so you shouldn't have any trouble. Even if you're scanned. Of course, if we find out you tried to sell it to someone outside the boundaries of this particular operation, well, I don't think I need to tell you the consequences of making that mistake. We'll be keeping them close at hand until this operation is complete. So, we'll be holding them in the Vigilance's brig. If you're feeling particularly ruthless, you could always head down there and say hello. I'm sure they'll be thrilled to see you. Not really, no. I've learned to keep my personal experiences separate from the job.
Będzie taka.
That's a fine point, but in my defense, I was under orders to make sure we weren't pulling some kind of psycho into the mix. And honestly, there are far bigger things at stake than my personal feelings towards the Crimson Fleet. Let's just stick to the job at hand and concentrate on the mission. But, maybe we can talk about it some other time, okay?
Okay.
I'll be here if you have any more questions.
Na razie to skończymy. Widzę, mi się quest tam odpalił, ale pierwsze to my jak wylądujemy, to jeszcze muszę sobie zobaczyć zanim wylądowywać stąd, to...
My crew position.
Nice to see you.
Czekajcie, bo tu mam moją skrzynkę. A teraz tak, co mi jest potrzebne? Lit, zabierz lit 10. Szukamy litu R. Zasoby A, C, F, clean. Że i tak nie będziemy nic. Dobra, musimy tak lity znaleźć. No ale to. To ja idę. Ale potem sprawdzę. Ciekawe jaki ja mam poziom w ogóle. Poziom no prawie że 20. Czy 20? Ej, to ja dostałem punkty, nawet nic o tym nie wiem. Ciekawe. Kupię sobie nic. Nic sobie nie kupię na razie.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy. Octai Bayar. He's the head of our Sidonia branch. If you want to do some trading, he's the one you need to be talking to. I'm busy. And by sensitive, I'm guessing you mean something you don't want UC Security sticking their noses into. I can probably help you with that. What have you got for me? I'm not talking price until I know what the hell I'm buying. Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
The Trade Authority turning away contraband. Now I've seen everything.
yeah. Well, I got some bad news for you, love. This location doesn't buy shit like that when UC security is sitting a stone's throw from the front door. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit. You must be new at this game, love, so I'm gonna let that one slide. In our business, nothing gets done until money is exchanged, even if that means leaving a credit on each and every rung of the ladder as you climb your way up.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, go ahead. You shoot me, and the TA will have bounty hunters on your ass before you even get back to the spaceport. Listen, love, I've heard it all. Threats bounce right off, so either cough up the finder's fee or try and sell that shipment on your own. Well then, we have nothing left to discuss, do we, love? Be seeing you soon. You bring me that finder's fee, or are you here to waste my time again? You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Well, well. It appears she suddenly remembers everything. How nice.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
This here is the most important work in the galaxy.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away. Oh yeah? Well, I don't know who the hell you are. So what makes you think I'm going to help you out? Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first. Pipe down! What the hell's the matter with you? You want to get us both thrown into lockup? I don't know what that big mouth Searsha told you.
Ciszej do
I run with a secret in public, and I suggest you do the same. Now, do you want my help moving your product, or not? You're a clever one, aren't you? Let's just say I have a certain influential affiliation. And leave it at that. Basically, you want that Aurora moved, I'm your guy. Yeah, well, she isn't running the show here. I am.
Well, this is utterly ridiculous. Do we really have to jump through these hoops to get what we need from you?
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. What do I need to do here? Write you an instruction manual? You can do this loud, you can do this quiet. I don't care. I just want my goddamn money, and I want this guy to remember who he screwed over. Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable-looking guy in the entire place.
Super.
I have a pen pal in New Atlantis.
Something I can help you with? Adler Kemp. Who the heck is that? Of course I owe money. Unless you're independently wealthy. Everyone's in debt nowadays. I owe Deimos. I owe my landlord. I owe Galbank. Heck, I have a tab at Parsec Deep at Spear. It's an endless list. So why don't you just leave me here? Let me get drunk and find someone else to bother. Okay? Adler, you said? Nope. I think you have me mixed up with someone else. Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mines. I just want to go home, wash off the dust, and relax. This has been fun, though. Whatever. Hey now. Take it easy there. Let me think about that person you mentioned. Adler, was it? Oh, wait. You mean that Adler? Yeah, sorry. I thought you were talking about someone else. I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Sound good? Yeah? Come on! Give me a break! What the... Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You know? Right?
Perhaps he's already been through enough.
I'm a miner for Deimos. It's not what I was hoping for out of life. But here I am. Yeah, it's a lousy company. It pays me a salary. But I depend on the profit-sharing bonuses to keep food on the table for my family. Hey, now wait a second. Just because things are tough, and I might be spending my afternoons at the Spear, it doesn't mean I don't care about my family. Adler doesn't get to judge me. No, he's just a low-life pirate who thinks he can push everyone around. What games? Why are you doing this to me? I don't have the money. I guess I'm only putting off the inevitable. No way! I'm already working my fingers to the bone! Well, I might be able to cash in a few of my Deimos shares. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the debt. I didn't have much of a choice.
Got something for me?
Don't be caught on the Martian system. If you're going to use the elevators as a head, we are running a certified safety suit.
No.
You're listening to the Settled Systems News Network.
To ci gnoj, no. Da się tam wyżej. Aś.
The contact for the job. What no one can agree on is what?
Mine takes all types. Young upstarts.
Have something for me?
Masz coś dla mnie?
Don't start that crap with me. I'm in no mood. Did you bring me the money
Nie mam
he
nastroju.
owes me, or do I need to pay him a visit myself? Well, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message? Nice, nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, associates? If you haven't figured that out by now, then maybe you aren't cut out for our line of work. I'm interested? Come on. You're not shopping for real estate here. I'm offering you a crack at some real money. So can you handle it or what? That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
Czy to jest konkretnie jakiś... Aha, bo to jest misja. A, rozumiem. Rozumiem. Szukaj dowodów, to jest po prostu... To musi zaczekać, aż znajdę jakieś dowody na to, że oni... Dobra. Ogarniam temat. Tak szczerze, słuchaj no, ty typie.
Hey, what can I do for you? Sure, have at it.
Na pewno to jest mój domyślny. Ten bym chciał sprzedać.
I'm sure you can find...
Chcę sprzedać. $10,000 kredytów.
I'm sure you can find...
Mogę. Ile ja mam w ogóle? Oh, 100. 152 000 kredytów. A najdroższy statek, jaki tu jest, kosztuje. $157 000 kredytów. No, na razie nie. Nic nie chcę, ale jak ten, to wtedy pomyślimy. Kupię sobie statek. Jakiś potężniejszy. O wiele potężniejszy. Wiecie co? Ja to mam przy sobie.
Has anyone ever told you?
Może się udać.
Adler? Sure. But for all I know, you're just his latest impulse buy. Still, I'm feeling generous. So I'm gonna give you a chance to prove you're not a total waste of cabin air. you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little task I have planned for you. There's a medical supply ship called the Regulamin, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead. This job isn't about the loot, but I suppose every dog needs its scraps. Keep whatever worthless junk is on that ship. Just remember, the only thing that matters is that Rake dies. There's a lesson in this. I need you to learn what'll happen if you decide to turn your back on the fleet. Consider it your glimpse into a possible, unfortunate future. So you'd better pay close attention. Kill Rake? That's your only option? If you want my advice, there's only one way to guarantee he dies. Turn the Regulamin into space junk. Only way to be sure. It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long.
So that's the notorious Nova Mora. I have to say, if she's the finest that the Crimson Fleet has to offer, joining them might be a terrible mistake.
I've been tracking Rake for months. He's making it tough, not gonna lie. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado, and I'm gonna have his head on a pike. Rake used to run with the fleet. Hell, I'm the one who vouched for him in the first place. Back then he had a different name and a different identity. He was a damn good earner, too. Brought in a ton of creds. Everything was fine until he wanted out. So he ran.
Dobra.
Nobody,
Robimy tak.
nobody runs away from the fleet. You're trying my patience, Ro.
Corco, that room of yours better be clean next time I go in there.
I'll get to it, Dad.
As the hero
I
of the
promise.
terror,
This ain't my getting around to it.
Got a lot of questions, Rook. Hopefully you fight as well as you talk.
Fine, okay. I'm going.
we have got to make this happen.
Dobra. Robimy sobie małą przerwę. Parę godzin. Także no. Bo muszę sobie zrobić. I potem polecimy sobie chyba dalej, no. Tak na razie mi się wydaje, że że będę za chwilę. Czekajcie. Puszczę wam tu jakiegoś poprzednich live'ów. Takiego mojego, nie i tyle. Tu będziecie mieli. Już powinien być ekran dostępny. Zobaczymy. To wyłączę na razie. To mnie nie obchodzi. Muszę pole tekstowe. Nie wiem, czy tu jest. Skopiować. Przekleić. Klej, odniesienie. Pole tekstowe. Pyk. Chcemy. Pyk. Macie. Właśnie nie wiem, czy to te dwóch. No, zobaczymy. Zobaczymy. No, na razie jest jak jest. Na razie lecimy ze Starfieldem jeszcze, bo to jest teraz najbardziej istotna sprawa. No tak, my mamy do kończenia misję, co nie? Czekajcie, jak my stoimy tutaj z lotnictwem. Czyli muszę 30 statków rozdupiać. Zajebiście. Kurde, chyba to spieprzyłem. Chyba to spieprzyłem, bo niekoniecznie. Chociaż może i nie. Czekajcie. A, jednak nie. Dobra, bo my musimy lecieć. Musimy lecieć ręcznie. Znaczy ręcznie, no. W sensie... Oj, zdupiłem to, bo jestem w kosmosie. Zdupiłem to. Czekaj. Ja w ogóle wyglądam. O kurde. Jestem koks w ogóle, nie? Dobra, na razie zobaczymy, bo dobra. Ja to mamy tam. No co jest? Co mamy? R wcisnąć, żeby podróżować. Dobra. To moja wina. Moja wina, moja bardzo wielka wina. O, jedziemy. Raz. statek jest zajebisty. 4. Wiecie co? Ja bym nawet sobie sam nawet poradził. A ochrona mi zeszła dopiero teraz. Niszczymy. Nie wiem, czy ja to robiłem. Widzę, że to jest wielka wojna. Wybuchną. Ładnie. Ura. Hej, Paula. Kurde, ten statek jest zajebisty. Ile oni mi w ogóle? Ile ja ich rozbiłem? To ja już mam, kurde, statki klasy B odblokowane. O kurde. Siema wszystkim. O, ten od GTA też jest pan. Pan od GTA też jest. Widzę. Cieszy mnie to. No. Ty kurde, to ja mam tą rangę, tak? Czyli mi zostaje tylko jedna w tych statkach. Ej, zajebiście. Teraz tu jest impreza. Ty, to oni tak szybko padli. Okej. Dobrze wiedzieć. Spadaj, typiarzu. Ty, to oni tak szybko opadli. Muszę się dowiedzieć jednej rzeczy jeszcze. Ile ja mam? O Boże, dobra. Kurde. No i level. I level mi się podbił znowu. Dobra, no jutro nie będziemy niestety w to grać. Do środy. Ale będziemy robić coś innego, bo ja mam kurs. Ale wam go puszczę na YouTubach. Tak jak poprzednio zrobiłem. Dobra. Po pierwsze teraz tak, bo na pewno potrzebuję informacji, co to jest. Gówno skafander. Gówniany. Czyli nie wiem, czy to skafander, czy to cokolwiek to jest. Dobra, gdzie ja muszę się dostać? Gdzieś do góry. Kurde, gdzie muszę iść? przejść. A tu są schody, kurde, ślepy jestem. Ślepy jestem, cholera. Tyś ty nawet chyba nie zdążył. O ty. Kurde. No, to mamy...
Just here.
Wow. To nie da się przejść. Dobra. Mogę czy nie mogę? Cztery na 20, tu nie mogę. Kurde, no już blisko jestem. Cholera. Tu jakoś gdzieś... Nie bardzo. Nie bardzo. Kurde, gdzie mogę iść? Chyba już. Już to mam. Udźwig na full. To ile ja tego mogę nieść? 235. O! Nieźle, nieźle. Chyba. Co jest? Nie mogę to jakoś dostać. Offset ammo. A ty, chyba tu jakoś. A nie. Jak się do ciebie, stary, mam dostać? Tam do góry. Kurwa, niech ona skończy wysyłać te pierdoły. Czy jak ja się mam do tego typa dostać? Jak się mam dostać do niego? To się zbaczyło coś. Kurwa, wyłącz mi to i schowaj mi na to. Nie wiem, czy to się, czy to zbagowane jest, czy jak? Co jest? Jak ja gościa mam zdjąć? Przecież tam są wszędzie, kurwa, te... ściany, to jak ja gościa mam? Jak ja go mam zabić? Lol. Teraz się odbija od ściany. To się nie opłaca. Właśnie chcę zobaczyć. Chyba, że kurde od jakiejś innej strony. Ale nie wiem, naprawdę. raczej kurwa nie. Raczej nie. Jak ja mam tam? Chyba, że tu. Dziwna ta gra jest. Nie wiem, co się stało. I te drzwi się nie chcą otworzyć. Automatic door. Trzeba gdzieś otworzyć. Te drzwi. Może ten, ale nie wiem gdzie. Się otwiera. Że tu. Moment. Komputer z haku łatwy. Znaczy ja mam umiejętności pod to, żeby otwieranie zamków było łatwiejsze. Zabezpieczenia tak, muszę 5 rzeczy zhakować, żeby to otworzyć. Łapię. Ups, a ja chyba sobie złamałem. Serwer trik. O nie. Bo to nie jest takie kurde proste. Dobra, ja i tak to zapiszę. Tutaj. Dobra, muszę mieć. Weźmiemy się na 3. A te? Ile? Masakra.
Careful not to lock us out of the system.
Te chłopy za... No ale teraz jest dobrze. I co? I mam dane hakowania jedno pełnia, tak? 1 na 5. No dobra.
This is the first deep breath I've taken in months. I make no illusions. You did this. And now it's up to us to keep it going. Very diplomatic. It's horseshit, of course. But it sounded nice. The rest of the families and I, well, we chipped in for a reward. I know it's probably a pittance compared to what someone like you makes. But, we're just dirt poor farmers and miners just trying to get by. I think I need to shut up now. Don't want to get... Who the hell knows? We're coming off a victory, so that might buy us a honeymoon period. But maybe it'll last. Don't you dare! I have my precious reputation to maintain. If you ever are in this system, you come back and visit. We'll give you a warm welcome for the ages.
Koniec questa. Super. Spoko. My się interesujemy na razie tym. Ciekawiej tylko gdzie to jest, czy to jest gdzieś w ciul, czy... w tym układzie. Konkretnie na tym statku, czy tam planecie. Aha. Kurwa, nie chcę z nimi gadać. Prędzej już. W ten sposób. I teraz tak. Kurde, no, będzie ciężka sprawa. O kurde, aż 4 tego mam. A nie. Biorę od nich, a ja nie chcę od nich brać. Pojemnik jest pełny. To źle.
You look well. Don't load us both down with too much.
Obciąża mnie zbyt wieloma rzeczami. Co to w ogóle jest? Kierowniczka lin. Dobra, lin, słuchaj no. 52. Ten. 3. 43. 31. Kierowniczka lin. W sumie mam tych współpracowników i mogę sobie z nimi. I oni będą już na tym statku. Skafandry. Plecaki. Hełmy. I ubiór.
Don't do anything stupid out there. Hello? Not a problem.
67.
Farewell.
To ty możesz to nieść. A gdzie jakiś sklepikarz, to się mu sprzeda. Parę rzeczy. Wylądować.
Catalog some life forms?
Welcome to Paradiso. Jiro Sugiyama at your service. Do you have a security concern, or is there something else I can help you with? Honestly, it's not as exciting as you might think most of the time. More often than not, we're just handling drunk and disorderly conduct. Heck, even pirates leave us alone for the most part. I think it's because some of them actually vacation here. As long as they're not bothering anyone, we've been told not to worry about them. Neither. We're our own private force. The Paradiso group pays top dollar for top-notch security. And I dare say we're some of the best in the business. We have to be out here on the fringes of the settled systems. Ah, yes, of course. I'm glad you came. As you can imagine, we're in a bit of a predicament. Under normal circumstances, we would not enlist outside help in this manner. But this is a matter we can't afford to worry our guests about. As such, we need to handle this discreetly. Failure on your part to do so could have severe consequences. So, before we proceed, can you swear not to discuss this with anyone else unless explicitly directed to do so? You're right. We're not. Which means we're not bound by anyone's laws but our own. In other words, it's our system and our rules. Neither the UC nor the Freestar Collective will help you if you get into trouble here. Great. I appreciate it. Not too long ago, a strange and enormous ship appeared in Parima space. It is now locked in orbit around our planet. So far, it doesn't seem to be hostile, but any attempts to communicate with it have been in vain, so we're unsure of the ship's intentions. It bears no discernible markings or allegiances to any manufacturers we're aware of. Hoping that doesn't mean we're dealing with some sort of new deep space threat. Not quite. It took some time, but we received a transmission. It was all, pardon the phrasing, it sounded almost alien, like nothing anyone's heard before. Clicks, distorted groans, buzzing, really disturbing sounds. One of our engineers says it could just be some busted comm equipment or incompatible signals, but we're not sure. So far, no one's disembarked from the ship. No landing craft, nothing. We don't have the staff or ships to spare, otherwise we'd dock with it and attempt to board. Can't say for sure. Looks worn, but not cobbled together like a Crimson Fleet junker. Others have been saying it's some new Varun design. Gigantic battleship with hidden armaments preparing for assault, but that doesn't check out either. There's also been talk about non-human sentient life. The comms data we received might support that, but humanity's spread far and wide and no one's ever encountered anything like that. Still, first contact. Could you imagine? It is. Whatever's going on, we need to approach this with care. First, see if you have more luck communicating with them. If not, you may have to try boarding. Whatever you do, it's important to remember to seek diplomacy with who or whatever's on board. As soon as you have any more information, report to Oliver Campbell. He's the CEO of Paradiso. All formal decisions will need to go through him. He'll have your pay. Good luck.
Czyli Czyli co? Czyli my musimy... Wywołaj niezidentyfikowany statek. Że mam ten statek, bo on jest dosyć mocny. Chyba, że okaże się, że jednak, że już nie jest. No to wtedy będziemy myśleć, ale na razie zobaczymy. Na ile jesteśmy w stanie mam 16 poziom. Dosyć wysoki. Co, musimy lecieć, nie? Który to jest? Ten. Ledwo zdążyłem, bo bym gumów się wdupcył.
I'm sure whoever's in that ship will be thrilled to see you.
I have something for you.
Próba dokowania zakończona powodzeniem. O, grubo. Ty jesteś człowiekiem.
Oh, we're human. From the planet Earth in the Sol system. Oh, pardon my ignorance. We just didn't expect to find people out here. We didn't think anyone else left Earth before us.
Welcome back to the rest of humanity. You're no longer alone.
Perhaps we should greet our guests.
Of course. Manners. I'm Captain Diana Brackenridge. This is Security Officer Bomani Reader. And this is Dr. Mabuti da Costa, one of our elders.
A pleasure to meet you.
You've come aboard the Earth colony ship Constant. Generations ago, we set forth from the planet Earth with the mission of colonizing a new habitable world in the spirit of our ancestors nearly a millennium ago.
I see. As you may have presumed, we're in a bit of a bind.
Jestem Carlin Gaming i chcę wam pomóc. Jak to głupio brzmi.
Only to find our new home seemingly colonized by, well, we don't know. Communications haven't been successful, so your arrival is fortuitous. Perhaps you'd be willing to act as a middle person between ourselves and the others. We're not entirely sure. Our engineers believe it's possible our technology just isn't compatible with theirs. All we hear when using them to communicate with anyone is a bunch of disturbing noise. It gave me the heebie-jeebies at first.
A, dlatego, bo ten statek był częścią zadania.
Well, the short answer is, we didn't. It's a generation ship, which is to say that most of us lived long, happy lives on board and passed our mission down to our children. It was never intended that the original crew would make it to our destination. The goal was always the preservation of the human race above all else. Though it would seem that was perhaps
Diana.
presumptuous. Of course, we know that now. Human or not, we were still unable to communicate our intentions. As soon as we discovered them, we fully expected negotiations would be necessary. Now then, please follow me. There's much to discuss first. We'll speak more on the matter once we reach the bridge. Dr. DaCosta, you may return to your quarters in the bridge.
Thank you, Captain. I will follow you to the bridge, ma'am. For security.
O,
I do not believe we have need to
co nie tym kurwa w statku mają?
Because our equipment's old doesn't mean it won't work to take down troublemakers.
Welcome to the Earth colony ship Constant. In the early 2100s, my ancestors...
Jaki kurwa, co to za statek jest?
Asteroid impact, nuclear war, global pandemic, and more. Each scenario showed the likelihood of
Jaki oni statek mają?
within 50 years. We've always assumed that's what happened. So, he gathered the best and brightest he could find, built the Constant, and set a course for the...
Ten statek jest dupny.
We were told that it was the largest, most...
Dobra, wyczekaj ty, laska. A, oni tylko pokazuje tak planetę, nie że statek.
If you can believe, entire generations have been born, lived, and died on this ship. It really goes to show that there are
Czy
no
ona coś
limits
z Francji
to
jest?
ingenuity
Może też
and
ona taka...
perseverance.
Ona tak nawija.
Now that we know what's out there,
Mogę? Co to jest?
I've seen a ship like yours before.
So, here we are. Let's talk.
A, ty poszłaś w innym stronę, a ty...
It's like we're walking in a time capsule here.
Miejsce kapitańskie, mówisz? Mogę? Tak. To jest tryb zaawansowany. Ale nie będziemy im go hakować. Jest trudny, zaawansowany nawet jest.
I think I'm coming up on 6 years now. I was only a teenager when my father died, passing command of the ship to me, as is tradition.
Nastolatką byłaś, o?
Because of that, I've had to sort of learn as I go along, instead of taking years of study and apprenticeship under the prior captain. I think some people on the ship resent me for not having the level of experience as my predecessors. But at the same time, without my command, we likely wouldn't have made it here so quickly.
Zadokowa, jak się twoja załoga.
A bit frazzled, as you can imagine. People are anxious about discovering that we're not alone, and also worried about what will come to pass. While we hope we can work out a deal with the people on the surface, they seem reluctant to reach out, so there's no telling what will come of that. I do know that we can't afford to stay here in orbit forever. The ship was built to sustain us for many years with backup provisions just in case, but even that will come to an end eventually. Difficult is the wrong word. It can be both challenging at times and also exciting. Our mission was to rebuild humanity.
No, to w sumie jego rozwalić to ciężko by było.
Last hope. To think that while there has always been a Brackenridge in the captain's chair, that I am the one to finally oversee our journey's end is truly exhilarating. But with the stumbling block in our path, at this final moment, I fear tough choices will need to be made. Well, as I mentioned, we've been unsuccessful in communications with anyone up until you arrived, though not for lack of trying. But since you're asking, maybe you'd be willing to be a sort of diplomat between us and them as we attempt to resolve our situation. Does that sound agreeable to you?
Oh.
We suspect that our equipment is woefully obsolete compared to whatever you all have now. In all honesty, we never expected to need to communicate with anyone, so our comms aren't particularly robust. That limits our options. We even attempted communicating with lights and sounds, something we saw in an old movie, but I don't believe they picked up on it. If anything, it may have inadvertently alarmed them.
O, tata już chyba wrócił.
I wish I could say that the satisfaction of helping others in need is sufficient, but I'm not getting that impression from you. I'm sure we can pull together some resources equivalent to whatever currency you use these days. We'll do what we can to make it worthwhile. And until then, you're free to make use of whatever facilities you need on our ship.
Słuchawki się? Nie jeszcze. To ale mi kurwa. Monitują, że tego, tak? Albo widać. W kamerce widziałem. Czekajcie, ja sobie podłączę. Bo widzę, że się rozładują zaraz. Dobra. Czekajcie. Tu już damy decyzję.
If you don't need me anymore, I have a ship to run. Ah, so they have a name. Paradiso. And it sounds promising that they sent you here to speak with us. You see, we intended to settle here.
Paradiso.
But we assumed that they intend to defend their claim, given their presence here. We'd like you to go speak to them on our behalf and help us negotiate a solution, preferably one that favors us.
Dobra, teraz jest dobrze.
Battery 10%.
No właśnie, 10% baterii mi zostało.
Based on the data our ancestors had when they launched this endeavor, it was determined that this was the perfect planet for us. Even if we had another viable candidate planet, we lack the resources to get there. And as you know, it took us 200 years to get here. Our people have no desire to go back to drifting the stars so their children's children can possibly settle on an inferior planet. When we left Earth, there were no claims to planets this far out into space. We had assumed that we were the only ones attempting a generational journey such as this, meaning that there would be no need for a formal claims process. Regardless, my ancestor, Rupert Brackenridge, did manage to file a charter for this planet's first colony, to be named New Jamestown. According to his records, no one took it seriously when he filed it, so likely it was either ignored or the records were lost to the ages. Given humanity's lack of interest in colonizing the far reaches of space at the time, It shouldn't have been a problem, but again, here we are now.
Battery 10%.
Nie, dobrze jest. Nie wiem czego on, ten komputer jedyny. Możliwe, że ta opcja będzie sensowna.
Yes, yes, of course. But we need to start from a firm position and state our goal. If need be, we can compromise, work out a mutually beneficial deal or some such, but initially I'd like you to be firm with them and convince them to leave the planet to us. Let me know how they respond, and we'll go from there. We thought about it, but it simply won't do. I need to think about the distant future of our people. Sure, our first settlement may be small, but our predecessors dreamt of our new civilization spreading across the globe. That will be difficult if someone else plans to do the same. While we're not completely close to the idea of sharing, it's much easier if we have complete domain over this world. Now, it makes little sense to give up before you try. Thank you, and good luck.
Czego ona chciała? Negocjuj.
Just stay out of trouble.
Ło, co oni tu mają? Na tym statku. Nawet kurde windę. O, chyba do góry muszę jechać jednak.
Careful waving that fancy gun around.
Tu są schody. Łoku! Oni na tym statku to mają chyba wszystko. Oni na tym statku wszystko mają. Sypialnia. Sorry, ale ja muszę sobie to... Kibelek. Sugestia, żebym przeskoczył. Dobra. Kurwa. Oni na tym statku to wszystko mają.
Place look cleaner than before?
Kurde, to ale jaja.
want this.
I know your type.
Hello.
Hello. Come here for a little R&R, huh?
Chcemy no hello, hello. Piętro kierownictwa.
Excuse me, you can't just waltz in there. Do you have an appointment? I'm afraid so, yes. Sorry, but that's just how it is with the board. They're generally... I'm afraid so, yes. Sorry, but that's just how it is with the board. They're generally very busy, so any outside parties need to book appointments in advance. Oh, you're the one they're waiting for then. Do you need anything else from me before you meet with the board? What I could tell you would get me in a lot of trouble. Most of them are typical C-level execs. I doubt you even need to use your imagination for that. The ones that show up to work day to day, at least. I swear, I've never even met some of them, because they chill at their own private, secluded beach homes all the time. Anyway, be smart around Oliver. He's got a way of getting what he wants without you realizing it. And that's all I'll say. People were a little freaked out around here, understandably. It looks so different and it's so massive. We honestly thought we were under attack by an unknown entity. But then, nothing happened. It just stayed there. No one could communicate with it. And we've been very careful not to alert the resort guests. The board believed it would be bad for business. I can't speak for anyone else, but I've got a pretty high-pressure job working as the executive assistant to the Paradiso board. You can imagine, dealing with a team of execs, trying to manage all of their schedules and their other whims. But it pays well, and they give me a nice executive suite at the hotel to live in, so it's not all bad. Free access to all the resort's amenities after work helps too. Sure, have fun in the Shark Tank. And don't worry, even they call it that.
Jo, ja z takiego daleka mnie kufa zatrzymała, co? Patrz, a ja w ogóle tego nie ściągam. Biegam z tym w ogóle tak, nie? A oni to wszyscy ściągają. Dobra. Sala zarządu.
Not quite. We just don't answer to the Freestar Collective or the United Colonies. Makes things easier. We don't pay any taxes. We don't need to follow their laws. All the benefits, none of the drawbacks.
Olivier.
No, I'd mind, because half the politicians and other big shots love vacationing here. Works for everyone. We, the Paradiso Group, bought the rights to this planet years ago with the intent of turning it into the biggest and best resort in the universe. To that end, I'd say we've succeeded. As such, no other leisure enterprises may operate on the planet without renting land from us. But as you can see, none can afford such a deal. No, of course not. There's several more.
Oczywiście, że nie.
Just the ones who show up day to day. The others spend their time lazing on the beach and gallivanting off-world.
Doesn't bother me though. Less cooks in the kitchen means I get to make all the big decisions around here. Seems to be working out for us just fine.
Dobra.
I am. And you must be the diplomat Jiro told me about. Welcome, welcome. Normally I'd offer you an all-inclusive stay at our resort before we spoke. But given the circumstances, I'm going to cut to the chase. We've got our friends, the aliens, up there, causing all sorts of problems for our resort. You like that? The marketing team came up with it. The thought is, if we can't get rid of them, it might actually attract more tourism. Come see the aliens!
On trochę gada. Tak trochę chińczykowo.
We run a premier resort getaway here. We can't have our guests concocting stories about some bumpy old ship hanging around up there. As it is, we've had to reroute our luxury liners around the other side of the planet on entry so no one sees it. It's bad for business. We need to nip this in the bud and take care of it before the tourists catch on and cause a scene. You'd be surprised what people fall for. Locally sourced island fruit essences, for instance. It's just the same old fruits brought over from Earth ages ago, but we get nearly 10 times the market for them. But you're right, no one's going to buy aliens. Remind me to fire the marketing team. So tell me, what's the actual deal with this massive eyesore of a ship, besides scaring people away?
Ty placówka. Planetę? O Boże.
I'd say you're full of it and might have been watching too many movies. Now, instead of wasting
Powiem, że
time,
chronisz
wanna tell me what
głupoty.
really is?
Dobra, a teraz słuchaj. To my to możemy dostatek kolonizacyjny krzypu.
Are you talking or not?
A bym dał tą trzecią opcję.
Bonza! That means we got them right where we want them. Now, tell me, what are we going to do about it? Give me some proposals, people. I need something to work with here.
We could offer to resettle them here. There's more than enough space.
They could stay here, temporarily, but it'll cost them. Quite a bit, too. They'd need to work off all their debts before being allowed to leave.
Maybe not. What if we help them get out of here? Outfit their ship with a grav drive so they can find a new home. We could even lend our engineers to help and give their captain an updated star map. What do you think?
Sounds costly. We can't absorb that cost, and it's unlikely they even have compatible currency, let alone enough for the transaction. Someone else would have to foot the bill.
Oh, I swear this would be a lot easier if they ceased to exist entirely. Anyway, Seema's got the right idea. Either works for me. Just tell me what you want to do. We own this planet, they don't. Here at Paradiso, we don't like leaving things to chance.
O
Who
nie.
knows what these people will do with their land? Imagine the landscaping disasters they might come up with, and how that might mar the satellite imagery of the planet in our brochures. No, Much better to assimilate them into our culture if they come here to live, rather than leave it to chance.
Hmm.
And that's within your right. But as the CEO of Paradiso Group, I'm the one who has to make and approve decisions around here, not you. So, as much as I appreciate your feedback, it's not in the best interest of the Paradiso Group to take it into account. We own this planet. Imagine the landscaping does... No. Well, absurd or not, that's our official stance. I make the decisions that are best for our entire group. You don't. We operate outside of the Free Stars only, you see, partially because we don't want anyone else meddling in our affairs. And we'd rather not draw attention to it, as I've mentioned. It could be bad for business. We'd much rather settle this independently. I'm not suggesting anything, other than it would make our lives so much easier if that ship ceased existing. Make of that what you will. It's not our responsibility to bear the brunt of that cost. We're being more than generous by offering the use of our engineering team to help install it. A custom grav drive can't come cheap, and I assume they have neither the monetary means nor the connections to get a hold of that kind of technology. That leaves the only other party in this negotiation. You. Oh, I didn't say that specifically. This would be a mutual contract for room and board in exchange for services rendered. Of course, there's no telling how long this arrangement will last, given the substantial costs we'd need to take on in order to accommodate them here, including their...
Jak on nawija w ogóle, nie?
But this may save the resort on operating costs in the long term, as we'd be able to let go of some of our current paid staff.
Chyba wiem już co zrobić.
And which proposal will you be taking to the good captain? I assume there's a captain?
Zakładam, że jakąś tam mają.
They'd be hard-pressed to defend that claim in any courts. Our charter goes back years. It was registered with both the UC and Free Star Collective, per the Centaurus Proclamation. We may be outside the settled systems, but that charter can be. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to be the one to break the news to them that they need to make a compromise or leave.
Dobra.
I have no idea, because I'm not suggesting anything of the sort. But it's a wonder that I've made it all the way here in such a relatively short time. Must have really been pushing themselves. An engineer friend of mine told me once that the reactors on those old ships have a tendency to self-destruct if they overload. Of course, their engineers must have taken great care not to push it too far. Someone would likely have to override the safety systems. But who would do such a thing?
You better be asking for your next magic show and not for any stupid reasons.
Hipotetycznie. Moment.
Guess we're tabling it for now. Let's circle back around ASAP, though.
There are millions.
Moment, co to się stało? A po co?
Planets out there. People can go to any one of them. The resort facilities are precisely what we bring to the table. Heck, it's the only thing we've really got to offer.
Ciekawe. Robimy coś opcjonalnego w takiej sytuacji.
It's like we just entered a brochure. I bet they'll bill us for walking through the door.
Chyba, że to ich zniszczy, a tego bym nie chciał. To nie wiem, czy to się dotyczy... Negocjuj. Nie, to nie chcę tego robić. Wracamy się. Okej, dobra. Dobra, jestem już.
Is mining on the schedule today?
Wiem, ile to już trwa, ale... Ciekawe co, jak mam niby to teraz robić? A, w ten sposób. Podróżować w tę stronę, no dobra. Mój mini. I teraz się okaże, czy...
pilot of the Regana. All right. And what are your intentions with this crewman?
No nie, nie mogę.
Damn it. I do not have choice, do I? Okay. Docking bay is open. Let's talk.
O, bez...
People say I need more hobbies. Writing about you, thinking about you, talking about you. That's 3 right there. Docking complete. It's so satisfying seeing the hatches line up.
All right, Captain. Where are we headed next?
I am not sure what to make of you being here. If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece. That is not something I am going to do, not until you reveal your intentions. As far as you are concerned, I am Austin Rake. You want him? You're going to have to kill me. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about?
Kurde.
You are asking me to betray my own crew. I do not know who to believe. But you would not have come all this way if you were lying. It's true. I do not know him that well. And some of what he says is suspicious. All right, I will do it. I've got no love for the fleet. And if Rake was one of them, my loyalties with him end. But if I do this, you have to promise to spare the rest of the crew and leave the supplies for New Homestead.
Is that all it takes for you to flip on me, Dimitri? Unbelievable.
It is either you or all of us, Austin. I'm sorry.
Cut the crap and just admit it. You're a coward. You know, I almost bought it. All that crap about helping people and making a difference. But at the end of the day, you're no different from the fleet. When push comes to shove, you only care about yourself.
Well, I suppose they're not going to need it anymore.
Szybko poszło.
Hello.
Mamy w ogóle jakieś inne wyjścia? Nie.
Usig, Isaac. Usag, Isaac. I am your sidekick, your shadow, your tail.
A, no dobra, ciekawe to się teraz wydarzy. Więc chuj z tym. Dobra, jeszcze raz, źle klikłem. Kurwa. Jak gdzie ty jesteś? Co jest w ogóle? O, do statku, a nie do... I ciekawe co teraz.
Damn mercs just don't know how to take a hit. Hey, Rook, wanna help me with some target practice? hectic. I had it under control, but it definitely went faster after you jumped into the fight. Now tell me about the Regana. Give me some good news, then we can go celebrate. You know what? I have no idea, and it's frustrating the hell out of me. I suppose I could have pissed off someone I screwed over in the past, but there's been so many, I've lost count.
O,
Mercenaries. Guns for hire that shoot their own parents if they were paid enough. I'll tell you, we do a hell of a lot of dirty work in the Crimson Fleet, but we'd never sell away our souls like an ecliptic merc does. Huh. No kidding. That'll make Delgado happy, seeing as our hands are clean. I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but at least you got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yup, it's that simple. Hope this business with rakes taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you. We clear? You better stow that crap before you make me change my mind. Now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me waiting long.
Well, we're in. I hope you know what you're doing.
Kurde. No już, chwila, moment, ale czemu wy mi pokazujecie coś, czego ja nie chcę? To chcę do cholery.
I love coffee. It's my second favorite thing in the galaxy, next to reading about you. What can I do for you, Captain?
No dobra.
Should I warm up the engines?
Commander Conde wants to see you. Follow me. I had a friend.
Ej, czy ja mogę jeszcze... A nie, bo nie zniszczyłem statku, tylko go... Dobra. A nie, niszczyłem jakieś statki, moment. Jeszcze chyba niewystarczająco. No, połowa, prawie.
The Vigilance is our flagship. Where it goes,
You have permission to speak freely. We received word you boarded the Ragana. I don't care if Rake was with the fleet. The pilot and his crew were not. What you did was uncalled for. Physically, I'm sure they'll be fine. But mentally, who's to say? They're long haulers, not soldiers. And they were forced to watch one of their own be executed in cold blood. You and I both know that seeing someone die firsthand, it changes you. Takes a mental toll. Things will never be the same for them again. I've already set up counseling support for the crew, should they feel the need. Given time, hopefully they'll be able to move past what they've seen. You coerced the pilot into taking a crew member's life. He had no choice but to comply. You cannot simply pass off the burden of the job whenever it suits you. Understood? You're going to make me go through this again. Fine. I'll make it short and simple. Think before you act. Assess the situation and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely necessary. That's it.
Jesus.
The Crimson Fleet is motivated purely by material wealth. Bloodshed is typically a side effect of getting what they want. I believe you're fully capable of avoiding the need to take a life. But if it jeopardizes the mission, we'll evaluate when the time comes. Good. Now I want to make this crystal clear. You do what you can to stay in the fleet, but there's an ethical line we cannot cross. Do something like this again, and you're out. Permanently. But for now, we will continue with the briefing. Were you at least able to join the fleet? Then it worked. You're in. As distasteful as your methods were, at least you managed to complete the job. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet. The woman has a record that could stretch across Sol and back. She started young as one of Neon's street rats, and worked her way up to second in command. She's a force to be reckoned with, so don't underestimate her. Yes, you passed your first test and you're still alive. But before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing.
Kurwa, bez zabijania,
Just remember, these are
czyli pewnie się dało to inaczej rozwiązać.
Don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution, regardless of how well you think you've ingratiated yourself.
So, what's next for you on Neva's agenda? The Vigilance is equipped with one of the most advanced intelligence suites in the UC fleet. Nothing slips through. You can rest assured, if the Crimson Fleet had any access to our whereabouts or had infiltrated our security, we'd know. As long as you're here, your identity is safe.
Mhm.
Excellent. If you're heading to the key, I assume you'll be meeting Delgado soon.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
Agreed. The last thing we need is to infiltrate the fleet, only to be kicked out because we've underestimated one of their people.
I don't disagree, but it's important to know your enemy and the best way to defeat them. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
Możesz odejść.
Back in basic.
Czyli ja musiałbym robić to bez zabijania kogokolwiek, tak? Czyli w sumie tamto wtedy byłoby lepsze. Ależ trudno.
Time for a nap before we leave?
It must be great to be able to see yourself wherever you want. I bet your whole house is full of mirrors. I'm sure they're sad to see you go.
Wow, ale tu byłem w sumie chyba.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a joke?
Sure, sweet pea. Your man could always use a laugh.
Okay. Who can jump higher than a skyscraper in New Atlantis?
I don't know. Who?
Everybody! Skyscrapers can't jump!
Nie wiem. Oni są raczej w kosmosie.
Okay. Good one, Cora. Hey, next time you see Barrett, try it on him.
40% of 10 versus 30.
You wanted 4K, you got 4K.
Czyli
Not my problem.
If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new rook.
Hey, steal from me and get caught? Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener. The hell took you so long? Forget how to grab jump or something? Please. It'd be one less sloppy rook whose mess I had to clean up. The last thing I need is another Austin rake getting cold feet. You want to leave the fleet? You pay the price. Not in credits, but in blood. Maybe for you, I'd rather shove a shotgun up my nose than remember the face of every low-life rook who passes through this station. But, all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together. Sure did. Right out from under their noses. Way before you or I were born, though. We've held this station for a very long time. Don't worry. Delgado will tell you all about it. You think? And that's only part of it. I'll let Delgado fill you in on the whole story. He tells it better anyway. But I can give you the short version while we walk the station.
Story time? How delightful.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the Key. But it's better if I show you too. Follow me. All right. History time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the Key, credits are king. What the hell is this? All right, hang on, Nav. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full. Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here. So you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed? It's called a malfunction. You know, that thing I spend most of my day dealing with. Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once. Aww. And you always, Angel. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the Lock. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the Key.
About time you brought us new blood, neighbor. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
You're just
Kurwa, ale te sceny nie zejdą, kurde.
Ticked everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, allude. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Rook, where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa, whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework. Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story. After the liberated prisoners grabbed the key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began.
Sklepiki tu mają.
Had a lot to do with all that, but we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, queen of the rare exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
The hard way? Oh no. Rook, protect me from Zuri's vengeance. Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay you when I pay you. Deal with it. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the boss. On the right, you've got Bradley from the Trade Authority. I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then we got our med bay on the left, run by the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money. We don't run any free clinics up in here, you don't?
You're still standing. Can't be that.
This is our final stop. Over there, you've got the last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new Rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Rape? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this Rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. It's far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest.
By nie mógł teraz nic
I'll
zrobić.
never know the meaning of the word humble.
Interfejs mi zniknął.
In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering. I see the bomb as a symbol of my importance, and it's a constant reminder to everyone of the sacrifice I was willing to make. The freedom I've given up, the pain, it's not something that just anyone has the resolve to bear.
He sees that bomb as a badge of honor. I see it as a symbol of compliance. Delgado is a harsh master.
Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, the bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety. Essentially, but I sleep soundly knowing I'm one of the few that can piss Delgado off and live. Should I die, all of my knowledge, the accounts, the credits, it would be a mess. He wouldn't dare. He holds the trigger, but we all know that my death cripples the fleet. Call the bomb a weapon of last resort. It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key. Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Eugen would envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner. There, you're done. All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us. None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work? Getting into the system is a piece of cake. Getting out? Not so much. Anyway, I need you to listen up. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core.
Ty kurde se przeszedł.
Oh, you know, smuggling, piracy, taking things that aren't yours. Nothing that should keep you up at night. Well, depending on your methods. If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say, so you can run along to Delgado. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev.
We'll have the whole settled
there is our other
systems
new
on the
recruit.
run someday.
So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself answering to me, personally. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. no one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself. Of course we have rules. If you think the Crimson Fleet was built on a lawless dream, think again. Our influence, our money, our respect comes from meticulous planning and every last soul in the fleet following my orders to the letter. That is why you need to learn to place the fleet before everything. Boss. Good. You're getting it already. I like that.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I am impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, Rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarol for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead Rooks. You think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story?
Crix's legacy is no story, Neva. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it.
Battery 60%.
What? Were you expecting a goddamn graduation ceremony? Think I'm just going to slap a skull on you and send you on your way? Make no mistake. You are being tested all the time. Every job you take will be under constant scrutiny. And Neva? Oh, she's just waiting for you to screw things up. Are you trying to waste my time? You better start talking. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You better start talking. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. Are you trying to waste my time? You better start talking. Are you trying to waste my time? You want to space out? Do it on your own time. Are you trying to waste my time? You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You better start talking. Are you trying to waste my time? You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You better start talking. You better start talking. you trying to waste my time? You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. Are you trying to waste my time? You better start talking. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. Are you trying to waste my time? better start talking. Are you trying to waste my time? You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You better start talking. Are you trying to waste my time? You better start talking. Of course. Where else could I find such a perfect location?
Sorry, że tak długo, ale kuzynka jeszcze przyszła. Ja musiałem. Kurek.
Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Crimson Fleet has set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It has been frustrating being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls. Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's Legacy. And everyone who's tried to find it has wound up empty-handed, missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Suvorov.
Dale's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Crix's Legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC system. You want to space out? Do it on your own time. Are you trying to waste my time? You want to space out? Do it on your own time. You better start talking. You forget the UC is still licking its wounds from the colony wars. They don't have the capability to mount a full-scale assault. And if they were foolish enough to attack, we would have the manpower to push those pendejos right back to Jemison. If we have Crix's legacy. Listen to the words that I am saying. The legacy is real. You will find that out in due time, provided you're willing to put in the work. Nothing worth having ever comes easy.
Though the idea of the legacy has probably been blown a bit out of proportion, I'm certain there's an element of truth to its existence.
Sounds like someone wants to get down to business. Okay, enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
I've got bounties in every system.
No dobra. Czyli tak. Mamy szukaj dowodów.
It will never catch me.
I don't know about you, but I think the welcome sign really lends itself to the alluring charm of this star station.
Need something? I don't trust shielding.
So, where to next?
Glad to see you're back in one piece.
Are you okay, Dad? You look tired.
Oh, you're sweet to me already, darling. I'm alright. Your dad's just not as young as he used to be.
Dobra, wiecie co? I teraz gdzie my to mamy lecieć, bo chciałbym... No i na tej planecie chyba zakończymy. No, to jest tu. Dobra, i teraz muszę się dowiedzieć, czego oni ode mnie niby chcą.
About time you got here.
I told you were wasting your time, Del.
Kurde.
I'm not taking anyone's side at anything. All I am doing is watching the both of you and waiting for one of you to do something stupid so I can put you on the ground. That is why we're here. And Mathis, I am running things around here, so keep your mouth shut. You got that?
Fine.
All right, listen up because I am only going to go through this once. We are here to dig up any info about Grix's legacy. We are not here to scrap for loot. Whatever you pick up, don't think, don't get creative, bring it straight to me. Before he touched off the riots, Crick spent time behind bars at the lock. If he cooked up any sort of a plan about his legacy, the trail has to start here. Oh, I don't know. I was really hoping for a huge sign on the wall saying, Crick's legacy clues here. Do I have to spell everything out? Look for data slates, notes, terminal entries? If he wrote a poem on a piece of toilet paper, I want it. It's so simple, even a rook like you can't screw it up.
Hold on, no scrapping. How the hell am I supposed to make money around here?
All right, that's enough. If either of you want to fly with the Crimson Fleet, then you need to follow one simple rule. When you're on a job, you do exactly what I say. No questions asked. If that doesn't work for you, just say so, and I will leave you on this ice ball without a ship. You will be dead within hours.
Yeah.
A, pociśniemy go.
Smartest thing you've said all day.
If I hear one more thing from either of you about getting paid for this job, I will put a bullet in your head myself. Oh, and there's one more thing. Your little friend can tag along until we get to the outer doors of the prison, but I will be damned if I'm letting them inside.
Oh, very nice. I'll just remain here and soak in the
one of
planet's lovely winter-like atmosphere until I go hypothermic.
We have a lot of ground to cover between the landing area and the lock, so let's get moving.
Okej. To tyle. Na ten czas spotka się przy wejściu, gdzieś tam przy wejściu. Dobra. Ja kończę, bo potem będzie długi ten, więc nie zamierzam się. Ile to trwa ten stream? Już 6 godzin. 6,5 godziny. Dobra, wiecie co, nie kończymy i